I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Niger boy late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know. Breaking status quo, reaping what I sow. Artistry like Van Gogh, get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. So good to see you guys tonight. Thank you for being here. Happy Tuesday night. I know I was on a day stream earlier today, and we went over a part two of a very long interrogation, and it was actually hours and hours worth, but they did cut it down into pieces. So this will be a part three, but I have some other things I want to go over with you guys too, in terms of the green hoodie. So we have a lot to get to tonight. Robbie, thank you for being here. I see you jumping in the chat. Thank you so much. GA64, good to see you. Thank you for the green hearts. Also, good to see you, CC. Oh, I know. And I'm majorly playing catch up because I saw a couple other creators in the chat saying that they took a break, and I did too. I did a needed break, just because everything has kind of been a little haywire, right? We had a big event last week, in Charlie Cook's passing, his assassination. And I'm kind of at a loss for words for some of it. It's very, very sad. And I think the biggest message that he would probably want us all to keep in mind is, not to hate each other, not to spread hate. So hopefully that message comes across, and we can, honor him that way instead of, hating. It doesn't get us very far, and it takes way more energy too. It's another thing. Um, Hey, Meow, good to see you. Thank you for being here. You guys probably see that you have more wrenches. We have more wrenches in the chat, but we've been we've been getting trolled at night. During the day, not so much. At nighttime, we've been trolled, and so um, I figured I'd give you guys some wrenches. So I appreciate it. If you guys, didn't want to be wrenched, just let me know. I know sometimes people are like, oh, I really don't want the responsibility. We really don't have a whole lot of people that do that in here. We've been really lucky, but you know, lately we've experienced that. So hey, Kiki, good to see you, and Mark Klein, so good to see you too. Also, I see. Let's see. Kiki, our other Kiki is here. So good to see you, Kiki, and GA64. And let's see, Nisi Marie. Yes. And it's so important for us all to take breaks. I really do think it is. And Kiki said she took a little break too. It's a good thing, guys. It is. Hey, Cheryl, good to see you. And that's why I like, if I don't see people in the chat, I might be like, "Oh, I hope everything's okay," but I never, hold it against anyone. Hey, Holly S, because I know life happens. It's good to disconnect too. Thank you, Melanie, for the green hearts. Thank you so much, Mimima, for the green hearts. You guys are so great. Good to see Holly S and Andrea. Let's see, Adam Forever 21. Taco Tuesday today. I had Italian Tuesday. Actually, hey, Town Chat Cafe, cooking in the kitchen. Yay, thanks for being here. Brenda Sue, so good to see you. So yeah, lots to get into, guys. And I was so glad they were holding my videos for review, and it's probably because I was like rapid posting, and they're probably like, what is this crazy lady doing? And so I think that's why. But like the last two that I put up have been held back, so I finally got the other one loaded up. um, Earlier today, people were asking if I would go over the green hoodie video from the parking lot. Um, I was having some trouble with a piece of software that I'm typically very used to using. I mean, I've been using it since the beginning and I use it all the time. But it's not downloading videos like it did. I tried to figure out if I needed an update. That was taking way too long, so I just went ahead. Thank you so much, Brenda Sue, for hitting the like button. You guys are so awesome. Thank you so much. And Bless, thank you so much for hitting the like button as well. And good evening to you. Kiki, thank you so much for being number 20. You guys are awesome. But yeah, so I wanted to kind of go over that. And then I was trying to download the one from a creator named Carrie. So I couldn't download it. So I just went ahead and shared it to my page. So I'm hoping I could just pull that in and we can look. Now, I've been hesitant to show this because I just didn't know if had changed the video or what they had done to the video, but I guess I just want you guys to see it and let me know what you think about it. And then also I just uploaded, they allowed me to upload another video as well. So, and that'll pertain to the case that we're talking about tonight. Let me see here. Sorry, just bear with me a moment here. Oh, okay, goody. Okay, this is what I wanted to do. So I hope a lot of people are in the chat right now, but I heard it doesn't matter. But I just figured out how to give the memberships to you guys. So there you go, Dragon Tribe. I know it's taken me too long to figure this out, but welcome to the Dragon Tribe. I'm so excited. I was trying so hard to do this the last time, and now I've figured it out. All right, so let's do this. It looks like I have 5 more to give. Woo-hoo. All right, this is awesome. Yay, I'm excited. All right, there it is, people. And welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And thank you so much for being patient with me about gifting these memberships because it's taken me forever. All right, great. So I wanted to do that really quick, but I wanted to surprise you guys. There we go. That's awesome. Okay, so now I also need to do this and duplicate. And I'll just see if I can, let me see if I can pull this in really quick from my posts. And congratulations to all of you, Dragon Tribers. Let's see. Okay, so this is the video I want to play next. Okay, I just want to make sure I have it lined up with the other one. So you're welcome, Kiki. I'm so glad I was able to do that finally. It's been forever, and I'm sure I've had like memberships that I could have gifted out before. So I'm sorry it took me so long to do that, but I'm excited that everybody got memberships. Yay! All right, so tonight I want to pull in the green hoodie stuff by popular demand. And let me just duplicate this really quick too. Videos. And let me get this one. All right, and we're going to listen to it without the sound on. I put music on that way whenever people would watch it, you guys would be able to kind of have something for the background because I wasn't talking in this one, but I want to be able to pause and talk about it with you guys because there's a couple of things I kind of noticed as well. Law enforcement is saying that this is not anything to look at, right? Some people think that it is, and other people think that it isn't. So we have a lot of different views on that. There we go. We'll share this. But people have been talking about this, and I understand why, because we've went over it a lot of times here. But every time we look at it, it shows us something different. So I think it's valuable to look at it. Now this has been slowed down, and you can see that by the timestamp how it's moving slowly. And here we go. Let me just pull that in here. Okay, so as it's playing through, we're going to see the yellow jacket guy come out first. We know he waited in the foyer for about 2 minutes, give or take, right? But an extremely long time. You see him emerge from the Texas Roadhouse doors, right? And so does Katie and Sebastian. Now, if you watch Sebastian, he's about to walk in front of the ashtray that's stationary. It's sitting in front of the yellow pole, right? And then Katie turns him around and he's walking around the vehicle and he is staring at the green hoodie, staring at the green hoodie the whole entire time, right? Staring at Katie in the green hoodie. Hey, Mitty. Hey, couponing. Right? And then Sebastian goes over to the door and he's about to place his hand on the door handle. And up walks the guy in the black hoodie, right? The temporary worker. I don't like that terminology at all. Working in restaurants my whole life. We don't have temp workers at restaurants, in my opinion. Maybe they do things differently in Tennessee. It wasn't any special holiday. Valentine's Day was far over. But everybody looked over in that direction. Oh, okay. Well, sorry guys, I'm buffering here. Alrighty. And so Sebastian puts his hands on the door handle and the green hoodie walks away and she's doing this motion like, get away, right? Or something. Hey, Bubby, good to see you. Thank you for hitting that like button. So again, guys, this is going to be, in slow motion, but cropped in. So I wanted to just, I duplicated this piece of footage and I left it at the speed that they had it, but I just zoomed in and cropped in, right? And again, we see Katie changing Sebastian's trajectory, basically spinning him around, right? To go that way. And she goes and talks to the green hoodie because the green hoodie puts her hand up like Y to Katie. And then Katie places her hand on her vehicle. Now the whole time, Sebastian watches. I think it does resemble her sister as well, Nisi Marie. Yeah, yeah, and I also think it resembles her mom a little bit. I've done a couple of different comparisons of people it might be in the past, and I've put a couple of pictures in at the end, just of close-up shots. I know I have a few better ones. I just couldn't find them. I was looking all over for them, but I couldn't find them. Now again, this is a close-up interaction, and see her hand go out right here. I just want to put that back a little bit. See her hand right there? I keep on replaying it. I'll pause it. Hold on. Her hand goes up right here, guys. See it? That's her hand. I know it's a little bit blurry, but her hand goes up right here. Katie's right here, and her hand goes up like Y at Katie, right? And then Katie's hand goes up here, right? And you see Sebastian looking here. I mean, he's staring right at them, and you can see it from there. Sorry, I don't know why that pulls in like that. It just does that. Right? And then Katie goes to put her hand on her vehicle, right? And this is the same time about when the guys all look over at the interaction. And Sebastian's been watching the whole entire time. right? And then they kind of go out of the view of the camera, and out comes Green Hoodie. See, and then see her hand here? She's pushing it away toward Katie, right? She's going, yeah, 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 something like that. And then she does it again here, her hand here. And this hand is up as well, right? Both of these hands are up and outward, pushing away. And then Katie enters the vehicle. So here's again where they look over at the interaction. All of them look. And then Sebastian goes inside the vehicle like he heard the click of the door. You know how you could hear the door click open? It's like he heard the click of the door open. Hey, Becca, thanks for being here. Aw, thanks for the green hearts couponing. Yeah, Kiki, she was touching KP's car too, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. I agree. So what was that interaction that caused so much commotion? Hey, Mark. So yeah, I mean it's weird, right? It's just, the whole interaction is weird, in my opinion. And also, what's the yellow jacket guy doing, of course, you know? But here they go, they drive away, back out of the parking space, and drive off, right? And then someone comes in and pulls into where they were parked, right? And then we see other people. It's a very busy restaurant. Gina was saying that this morning, or this afternoon rather, that it's always busy. It's always packed at the Texas Roadhouse. And that's one thing I always remember about going to the Texas Roadhouse. It was always packed, right? Yeah, they could have gotten DNA off of Katie's car had they followed the right trail, Kiki, that's a great point. They could have very well dusted around Katie's door for fingerprints, seeing that this interaction happened, you know? And now here is the interaction slowed down again. Katie comes up, right? Sebastian is watching. Her hand goes up. Sorry, I was supposed to pause that. This is when Green Hoodie's hand comes up, right? And then she starts backing up as Katie's coming forward. Now Katie's putting her hand up here. The Green Hoodie's hand is still here, right? Katie puts her hand down on the car. Sebastian's watching, right? Oh, this girl's not supposed to be in it. Oh, I guess I'm getting 2 ads then. Alrighty. Okay, so there we go. And again, you see Katie in her hands here, right? And Sebastian's watching the entire time, the whole entire time, because something's going on, in my opinion. And for them to go ahead and clear the Green Hoodie back in December, I just don't know what grounds they could have possibly done that by. And again, it's not like we saw them do anything special to Katie's car, unfortunately. And we see Sebastian was standing by the door for a good amount of time, in my opinion, you know? Rob Beanie says, it looks like when Green Hoodie walks away, They put something in his back pocket or in the back pocket, pants pocket. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, Robini. I see that right here, right? Good catch. Yeah. It does appear that maybe oh no, never mind. She still has her hand up. Hold on. It's hard to tell too, guys, because it does get pixelated as you zoom in. So it must have been back here. Hold on a second. Let me go back. See, you can faintly see through the car. Okay, let me see. No, because her hand's up like there. See, that's her elbow. And she's saying no, no, or he. I don't know. I can't really tell. It's tough to say if it's a man or a woman at this point, and I'm not trying to be rude at all. You know what I mean? I'm not just for all intents and purposes of what we're looking at. Um Here's a picture of the green hoodie, right, person, and this is one of the ones that was kind of circulating around. It is from farther back. This is kind of one that I just zoomed in on, so it is hard to make out the facial features. And this is another one that was kind of zoomed in to look. Um, Now, and this is the conversation it looked like Katie and Sebastian were having that was maybe not the best conversation, you know? Let me go ahead and pull this one in. This is from a creator. Okay, guys, hold on one second. Her name is Carrie Reviews, and I will post her link as well. Just give me a second here. I know. I wish I could see his the person's if they have an Adam's apple. I think that we did review that too once. Um, Very close haircut, Kiki. I mean, I know that's the thing. And the one big thing about this video that we see here is that there's some activity, and this is after the green hoodie leaves, right? Now, it does appear that this was taken from the Dog the Bounty Hunter video, the at night video. So I just want to point that out. Um, but let's take a look here, and we'll listen to what Carrie has.
Well, what I just found could be the perfect exchange. Look at this. Look at. Do you see the hoodie person walking? Okay. Hoodie person is going to walk. Keep an eye on hoodie person. You will see they go behind the bushes. Watch. Right here. There they are. Look at the flash. Look at the lights flashing to the left in a second. Because you don't know where to go. You don't know where to look. Be quick. Now, after the two white cars drive by, there goes the second one. Now, I believe here comes Sebastian. Allegedly. Keep a close eye. Right there. There he is. And now I believe he got into a car, and that car just drives off. Here, watch. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna show you why I think it's Sebastian. So here I zoomed in. That was the first car, the first white car. Now here comes the second white car. Okay, now here comes Sebastian in a few seconds. Do you remember Sebastian? He wasn't wearing a jacket or a hoodie, or he was just wearing his Yoda t shirt. And look, there he is. Watch his arm right there. Were you able to see that his sleeves weren't covered? He didn't have sleeves, or his arms weren't covered. Here comes the car that just drives off now. It looks like a dark SUV. There it is again. I just replayed it.
Okay, guys. So I want to play it again, and I kind of want to do it in slow motion a little bit.
Wow, what I just found.
So bear with me
Wow,
1 second
what I
here.
just found could be the perfect exchange. Look at this. Look at. Do you see the? Wow. Wow, what I just found could be the perfect exchange. Look at this. Look at. Do you see the hoodie person walking? Okay. Hoodie person is going to walk. Keep an eye on hoodie person. You will see they go behind the bushes. Watch. Right here. There they are. Look at the look at the lights flashing to the left here in a second. Cause he don't know where to go, or she don't know where to go. Look, they quickly turn off. Now pay attention. After the two white cars drive by, there goes the second one. Now, I believe here comes Sebastian. Allegedly. Keep a close eye. Right there.
Right here, guys. Just so you know, right here.
There he is. And now I believe he got into a car. And that car just drives off. Right here, watch. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna show you why I think it's Sebastian. So here I zoomed in, and there goes the first car, the first white car. Now here comes the second white car. Okay, now here comes Sebastian in a few seconds. Do you remember Sebastian? He wasn't wearing a jacket or a hoodie, or he was just wearing his Yoda t-shirt. And look, there he is. Watch his arm right there. Were you able to see that his sleeves weren't covered? He didn't have sleeves, or his arms weren't covered. Here comes the car that just drives off now. It looks like a dark SUV. There it is again. I just replayed it.
Okay, guys. So that was from another creator named Carrie Reviews, and I did drop her link. So, I mean, let me know what you think. I don't know really what to think of this. It's really, really hard to tell. I wish we had more video from the other side. That would be nice if we had that. Um, it would be nice. Unfortunately, we don't. But I'll go to the chat and see what you guys think. Oops, sorry, I don't want to be that big. There we go. There we go. Much better. Okay, and let's see here. Yeah, so it does look like a dark SUV, Robini. That's kind of what I'm seeing in the background. There was two white cars that pulled by, and then there was the black SUV. Um, Maybe Green Hoodie was about to pee. Bad and KP didn't want her to get out of the car and was mad. Well, yeah, that's what I was saying earlier too, Kiki. That's kind of what I've kind of tried to figure out because she does seem like she's mad, right? It seems like there's some sort of a confrontation there. But when we look at that other video, it does show that there was some activity back behind the bushes. And if you go around those bushes, there's a pathway. And Hindsight showed it on her channel the other night. So somebody very well could have, walked back there. Now, Mr. and Mrs. E said that the bushes were very thick and hard to get through. That was what they said about that. So it's just all really very interesting. Let's see. Did Nisi say something? Green Hoodie is a female. She has The door. She's by the door inside, and she walks like she has a disability. Short, reddish, blonde. Yeah, like some of the photos look really, really red. Like her hair is really, really red, right? Like some of them, even the photos, the stills look really, really red. Um, but I was saying too, you could always dye your hair. Yeah, and she definitely looks like she has a chest as well. I agree. I agree. Right. Why take so much time going in green hoodie and then run out to meet someone? Exactly. Exactly. Especially if you had to pee to begin with. Pushes glasses up, best church lady voice. Could it be Satan? That's so funny. Rob Beanie. Looks like his hands are in his pockets, uh which he does do that as we saw. Right. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I mean he's just looking and looking, right? Yeah, I wonder what Mob would think of that, Sandy, too, and maybe he could do a little bit better to maybe make out who that is, behind the bushes, because it definitely looks like there are figures walking around back there. Now we do know that other people were coming in from the bushes and things like that too. But I've been looking at this video and kind of shared it around a little bit, and I just wanted to see what you guys think. In my opinion, there had to be cameras over there too, Kiki. There just has to be, right? Because there's a doctor's office back there. Yeah, Robini. That's what I remember hearing too. Hey, Elaine. It's a heavy set man uh, with shorts. It's not Sebastian. Okay, it's a heavy set man with shorts. It's not Sebastian. Bald on top, around his ears, with shorts on. Oh, okay. I see. Were you able to kind of go in and zoom in over there, Nisi Marie? It looked like maybe there was two white vehicles, Cinderella. That's what I was seeing too before. They kind of drive by. Maybe a Jeep, maybe a Jeep. It had kind of like rounder lights, kind of like a Jeep Liberty. Yeah, I noticed that too. Hey, Bo. I've been looking at this over and over tonight. I think it could be him. Need Mob to check it out. I agree, Bo. We need some help with this one because it's very tough to see back there. Nisi Marie says the face looks familiar. If you know what I mean, Lady Freedom, I will clean it up and send a face I found to you tomorrow. Okay, thank you so much, Nisi. I know, and I need to get into my emails too, guys, because I've been answering back a few and then I haven't gotten to all of them yet. This video, Sasha, is from the Texas Roadhouse after the green hoodie comes out of the restaurant from using the bathroom. In my opinion, I think Dog's team should do their forensics investigation on that video. Well, it came from Dog. It came from their video. Like, let me show you. She starts out with the official Dog the Bounty Hunter video here at the bottom. Um, so it is taken from that video, apparently after the green hoodie comes out of the restaurant. Um, and I've done my best to kind of compare it, and that it did come from that particular video. Craddock said there is no vehicle, so what video does Chris have? I am wondering the same thing, Sasha. I don't know why they didn't get his video footage to begin with. I really wish they would have. As far as I know, they didn't turn it in. He didn't turn it in, and they didn't get a warrant. The statement was given that she was just walking by. It's not going to hold up in court if both of these people claim they just passed by each other. We have we have to face reality. Well, I understand that both of these people can say whatever they want, but look, if they didn't do forensics on Katie's vehicle, like they knew and they saw this interaction way before we all did. And if they didn't think to do their due diligence, I can't really help them out. That's the problem. Thank you, Nisi Marie. I appreciate it. I've been kind of trying to zoom in and stuff like that, but I can't. For some reason, I cannot download this video. Like I've tried to, so I don't know. I know I've got several emails to send as well, Kiki. I'm so behind. GA64 says it looks like you can see something when the black vehicle comes up. Can you zoom in? I don't know how far I could zoom in on the black vehicle. Let's see. Oh, my bad. Let's see, because she zooms in pretty good on it. Oh, here it is. If we can just, oh. See, you really can't. It's so, because there's the trees obstructing. It's really, really difficult to do it from here. Um, it kind of looks a little boxier. Let's see.
It looks like a dark SUV.
I might be able to slow it down to like half speed. Let's try that. Yeah, it's still going pretty fast even at half speed. And I'm not sure who has a black SUV that we know of. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. But you might be able to zoom in GA64 if you just pinch outward on your phone. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. LOL, then maybe Chris from Mob Crew can look into it. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to tell, guys. If hers is clear outer, if she has a clear of the inside. Well, I mean, theirs was pretty clear. So, I mean, it was really, really clear. So, I mean, that's the thing about it. I mean, like the Texas Roadhouse video. Now, in terms of zooming in from the distance, that's where we kind of it starts getting pixelated and things like that. And then also it's darker back there, where it's not as well lit. Although it seems to be a pretty well lit area. There are so many questions. Well, because they didn't, do what they should have done to begin with, in my opinion. Yeah, she was definitely the last one with him. And wouldn't you think you would want to check the people that had interactions with Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse right off the bat? These are the things that weren't checked out. They were only operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, right? And they think that he did make it home that night. So, the reason I think Green Hoodie may be KP's mother is because of the commotion. Yeah, and I mean, I'm thinking that too. I'm thinking that too. I mean, there's got to be some reason. And they look like they knew each other, excuse me, because Katie does turn Sebastian around. She does, you know? Yeah, and it could be a reflection. That's a good point, GA64. It very well could be. It very well could be. Hey, Ann Reynolds, good to see you. FBI needs to see how well they do an investigation. I agree. I really do agree with that, Adam Forever 21. I think that we've entrusted them long enough with it, and they don't want to give it up. And I don't understand. Rob Beanie is autocorrect giving you hell. Just gotta say, I just gotta say no, not today, Satan. I know, right? We just gotta. I think it's KP's mother, and KP was taken by surprise, and that's where the commotion came from. Yeah, I'm wondering if like something went awry there because she seemed like she was like they had some sort of like I don't want to say it was a disagreement, but it definitely didn't look like it was a positive experience. So, and that is true that Katie's friend Lori has a Volkswagen Tiguan. She does. Sasha said, well, she had one at the time. Sasha says, I know law enforcement is under major pressure, but the same brick walls are running into is just frustrating. As frustrating to Carter. Trust me, he did not have this case in the beginning. I mean, I think it went from Sonny Weatherford, and trusting Eric Craddock and Ken Widener. Um, and I don't think that that was the best decision. Hey Chuchi, but I do wonder why there wasn't any forensics done. And guys, um, just to refresh everybody's memory, I am going to pull in the video that I posted tonight, and we'll watch it before we finish up on part 3 of the interrogation. But there's a certain way that this should have been handled, and they didn't handle it that way at all. Tonchat says, "Did you say you uh, can tell it what kind of a black SUV it is? You can't tell. I can't tell. No, no, I can't tell what sort of SUV it is. I mean, see, this is where it goes by, and I mean, I put it down half speed, but
It looks like a dark.
I'll take her voice off so she doesn't sound like she's impaired or drunk or something. See, there it goes by. There it goes by. So, see, but then you can't see because the tree is there and it kind of goes off camera. But it's definitely an SUV, a black SUV of some sort. The sandwich says I never really got into the whole green hoodie guy thingy, but I was thinking, don't you think maybe if Sebastian knew who these people were, he would have looked like he knew that person? I mean, I think so. I think if he knew, he would have waved or something like that. Yeah, that would be my best guess, sandwich. I think so. I think he would have said hello, right? And it did look like he was walking toward the person until Katie changed his trajectory. So that's also odd, you know? I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that, Sasha, that he's as frustrated as we are. I don't doubt that. I don't think I would never say that like the police are happy about not solving a case. That's what they want to do, of course. I agree with that. Ava says, I imagine Carter has more information than we do. He does. I agree with that too, Ava. Yeah, no doubt about it. because I mean they're not inept. I think that they're hiding things from the public, but that doesn't mean that they're not doing things behind the scene. But then again, there's been some actions speak louder than words. I'll just put it that way. Yeah, and then there was a white van behind it. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Well, and they say they have nothing, but I think they do have more. I do. I do, Mimi Ma. I think they do have more. Adam Forever 21 says early on there was talk of CP frequent at the Texas Roadhouse. Wonder if it's this one. Remember the waitress saying he was hitting on her. Adam Forever 21, I think that was like up near like where his job was, I think. He was hitting on the gals up there. Um as far as I know, but Chris Proudfoot, excuse me, Chris Proudfoot has hit on a lot of girls. He likes the ladies, right? Nisa Marie says on Nancy Grace at the beginning, KP said she got home around 9 p.m. Sunday night. Okay, what time she left? Uh, Texas Roadhouse around 6:30. Not sure. I have to check. Yeah, they left. Let's see. In the beginning, they show it. Let's go back here. Oh, it's one of the ones I didn't share that one. I just made a video of it. Okay, here we go. Okay, sorry. Let's go here. All right. Sorry, guys. Sorry about the ads. Okay. So let's see. All right. Here's where they leave. Oddly enough, we were right there. Okay. So they're pulling out 18, 24, 46, and they, well, it said that there was a couple different things that were said about them leaving the Texas Roadhouse. Well, one thing is it's about a 15-minute drive, right? So, and Sebastian took the trash out around 6:30, 7 o'clock. I think it was that Bobby the neighbor said. And so, if they left um, at 18:24, that would leave it at 6:24, right? 6:24 p.m. So it would leave a little bit of extra time that they were on the road. A little longer, right? Because 6:24 p.m. would be sorry guys, I was just responding to something there. Would leave them with some extra time because that's when they're pulling out. It doesn't look like there's, anything impeding them pulling out, right? And we could even give them a minute longer at 6:25, right? By the time she actually pulls out and starts heading home. But typically, it takes between and I've heard this from local people who have said, "Hey, look, it takes about 10 to 15 minutes depending on which route you take. We don't know which route they took." Oh, okay, let me look, Kiki. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Um, Let me see if I could go in here and post this up. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to confirm something really quick. Yeah, it is so frustrating. It is really, really frustrating. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry guys, let's see. Oh, that's just kind of playing through. Hopefully that's all right. Um, yeah, they're complacent with the improper investigation. Yeah. I wish I knew what they were doing to go back and fix it, but there's not a whole lot you can do once you lose that evidence, especially of this lady putting her mitts all over Katie's vehicle. I don't know what type of vehicle he drives. Meow. I thought it was like a truck or something. Sorry guys, I'll just pause this. Let me get this guy off of there. All right, there we go. All right, so give me 1 second here. And I understand that maybe their hands are tied, but yeah, Katie's friend arriving at that morning has always been sus to me too. All right, give me 1 second. I want to show this, but I don't want to show the tag. Um, well, I know, but it really saw Mimimo says unless he knew it was someone he shouldn't be near, but yeah, he was going to. I know. Well, I thought about that too, especially because what Seth had said about, the kids not you know, the kids not being able to be around Katie's mom, but lo and behold, Sebastian was left there, and then Seth had to do a well check on Sebastian. Um, oh, you're welcome, Sandwich. You're awesome, girl. Yeah, absolutely. We love having you. Hey, Kelly, welcome. Good to see you. I believe that too, Sasha. I think that the FBI has become involved since the press release. I would hope they would be involved if they're putting that kind of stuff out there. All right, let me see here. Sorry, guys, I'm a little bit behind. Aw, thanks, Becca. Appreciate you. You guys are all great. I love talking with you guys. I like getting your opinions on these things too. And I know it's all speculation, you know. I know. Well, I mean, I do appreciate him working on it. I do, Sasha. I do. But yeah, he's his boss. I know, and that's the problem. right? She loves life often. I need something constructive and thought provoking to hear while I'm at work, and I am glad I stumbled upon the channel. Aw, thanks, Sandwich. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Well, CP calls KP around 9:46. Something's fishy here. Well, and that's what I've been trying to work on is this timeline. I started rewriting what I wrote for the press for, to send over to, the news stations, and I really got stumped because Katie's story has changed so many times, you know. And I agree, Sasha. I am praying for, all of the detectives on Sebastian's case. I understand that Carter is the detective. I even pray for clarity for Craddock, I mean, look, he's a person too, you know. He's just a person. So, hey, little Miss Sharon, good to see you. Now she heard a bang. Well, that was it, Sandwich. I'm sitting here writing this thing, and I'm like, first it was this, then it was this. Now we're hearing it's a bang. I'm like, that's even more horrible than you'd think, you know. And it doesn't help either that Chris was kind of, bragging about how he's friends with all of them, and that didn't help. Well, and I understand that too. I understand he wants legit information. I would want him to have legit information too. I mean, I wish that we had more of a solid timeline, but when we're going off what Katie says, my goodness. Hey, Faye, good to see you. Well, they said they found her. I know that. But they also said that the trash light video was, or excuse me, the trash light, the flashlight video was a trash truck. And then they said it was, headlights. And so I don't know. I don't know what to think. Hey, IML, that's what's hard. And we talked about that a little bit earlier today, about how it's difficult. Because law enforcement can lie to us, and that's the thing. She kept changing exactly, Nisi Marie. KP kept changing the timeline after we catch her in the lies. Or when she realized that there was video footage, right? Like when she said she drove up to the school, it's because she had video footage of, of her doing that. Hey, hi, Kylie's nail candy, good to see you. What bothers me about the contact between the cars in Texas Roadhouse is that the east showed there was not a lot of room, so that means they definitely came into contact for a reason. And who stands by a car? Well, I agree. It's a very tight squeeze, and the thing is too is that her hands were all over the vehicle, so if they would have dusted for fingerprints on that vehicle, they would have had everyone that was encountering Katie that night, and that would have stayed in the case file, right? It doesn't hurt to have things like that in the case file for later, but they weren't treating it as anything but Sebastian walked off, right? So that's what makes it tough. I want to bring in this other case, um, because I think it's really important to what we're talking about here. Um, all right, so thank you so much, Kiki. Yeah. Oh, little Miss Sharon says I have a problem with KP saying Seth uh, is heavily involved when talking to interviewer, but says he's not to the cops. Right, right. I do too. That was a big deal in the beginning, right? They were really trying to paint a positive picture of Seth, and then they went from doing that to painting the most negative picture they possibly could have, right? I mean, really. I mean, to go from one extreme to another, so to speak, right? Because I mean it was pretty extreme. Oh, he's such a good dad. If he would if Sebastian wasn't involved in extracurriculars, he would be in the front row, be his biggest fan, and then next thing we know, you know, Katie says that she hates Seth and she wouldn't even wish this up, even on Seth, right? Very odd. And it's because he didn't do what they wanted him to do, in my opinion, you know? Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that we can do now about them not catching that information, unfortunately. You know? It's too bad. It's too bad that they missed that opportunity. So, what I want to do, guys, is switch gears just a little bit. Um, but we're still kind of staying on Sebastian's case because this is a case comparison that we've been working on, a big 3-part series that we've done. But I wanted to bring that in because people were asking about it and everything like that. Um, give me 1 second here. I'm just going to pull it in here, so just bear with me. Now, just to kind of refresh everybody's memory, because we did do a 3-part episode here, I want to bring back in this this interview. Now, this is going to be part of the interview where Brittany Gosney's still in her street clothes, and it's bits and pieces of the initial interview. And why I find this to be so important is because we see in this footage uh, how a proper interrogation is done, how a missing child's case should be handled, right? In my opinion. So I'm just going to kind of play this through because we do have another hour's worth of interrogation to listen to, but I want to familiarize everybody with this case because I know not a lot of people are familiar with this case. This is coming from 29-year-old Brittany Gosney. She is mother to, well, if you could call her that, she is the mother to little James Hutchinson, and she has 2 other children. I don't know why in the beginning of the one interview, I thought she said there was 3 girls, and she may have said maybe there was one from a previous time because I do know that she said that she was pregnant at 12. Now, sometimes these people lie their tails off, so it's very hard to decipher what's being told as truth and what's not being told as truth, in my opinion. But I wanted to bring this in either way and go over it with you guys because this is what they should have done to begin. Yeah, a momster. Exactly, a momster. Um hey Ann Brock, good to see you. So I'm gonna just play this through and we'll kind of stop in between to listen. Oh, sorry, I think I need to put the sound on. Hello. There we go.
Is you have to be 100% honest with me with everything, okay? Because we don't have this, we're missing a 6-year-old little boy, and we're trying to figure out where he's at. I got to make sure he's safe, okay? So, your cooperation goes a long, long way, okay? But you have to be honest with me with everything, no matter what the circumstances are, okay? So, you can remove your mask if you would, if you don't care. Do you care? Take off your mask? Okay.
As long as you don't have COVID.
I don't. Do you?
No.
Then we're good. Okay. So what happened? What time did you guys go to bed last night?
Well, the kids go to bed at 9,
Okay.
and we normally go to bed at 10.
Mm-hmm.
Last time I knew, I told them all it was 9 o'clock, time for bed.
Mm-hmm.
So they all went upstairs to their rooms, and I went upstairs a little bit later to see if they were asleep,
Sure.
and they were all asleep. So then that's when I came down, waited a couple minutes just to see if they might have come downstairs or something, and then I went to bed.
Okay. What time did you get up this morning?
He woke me up at 8.
He woke you up at 8. Did he wake you up any time before that to say that James was missing?
Nothing I remember. He
Okay.
said he tried to wake me up several times, but
But you don't
I'm on
remember.
medicine, so
What kind of medicine do you take?
I take anxiety meds.
Okay. I do too. So, what's it called? What do you take?
Hydroxyzine
Mm-hmm.
3 times a day, and then I take this blue pill. I don't know what the blue pill is called.
Okay.
At nighttime.
This is where I need you to be honest with me. It is what it is. Okay. Do you use any other type of narcotics, drugs, illegal drugs, or anything? Do you smoke weed? Do you?
No.
Okay. You don't use heroin. You don't use
No, I've had family members that
Meth,
passed away from
anything.
that stuff, and
Okay. Do you
that
know?
pushes me away. So.
Do you know if your boyfriend does? Does he use any type of dope at all? Not that you know of. Well, you would know more than anybody. That's what I'm asking. You're not going to get him in any trouble. I just need to know if you're being honest with me. That's what I'm trying to feel.
I mean, I've never seen it. I mean, we smoke cigarettes.
I'm not talking about that. I said drugs, illegal drugs. Of course, a lot of people smoke cigarettes. A lot of people smoke weed. A lot of people use
I
heroin.
mean, he smokes weed, but
Okay.
that's the only thing I know of.
Okay, that's all.
I don't know if he does anything else.
Okay, you don't need to protect him. I'm getting a feel for you. If you're going to be honest, I just need you to be honest with me. Don't overread into any of my questions. Okay, I promise you. So he wakes you up at 8 and tells you what? Or do you wake up on your own at 8, or does he wake you up at 8?
Well, he woke me up, and because he went looking around first, he said he had come in there several times before
Mm-hmm.
to try to wake me up, and he said I didn't respond to any time. So he just went outside and looked around, went through all the rooms, the closets, and all that, and he couldn't find him anywhere. So then the next thing he thought to do was just go around a couple blocks,
Mm-hmm.
see if he might be close by.
Did he walk there, or did he drive there, or what did he do for that part?
He drove around.
Okay.
But he came back and woke me up, and he was like, "You know James is gone?" I was like, "What?" And I was like, "No, I thought he was upstairs asleep." And I even woke up the brother and sister, maybe thinking they might have seen him up, about, moving around or something, and they said they didn't hear nothing, they didn't see him.
So the baby's name is James Hutchinson?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's his date of birth?
6/30/14.
Ever wonder how to add a little edge to your wardrobe? At Every.
He's a baby, so
Right.
I'm kind of worried about him.
Well, sure. Yeah, I'll be more than kind to, huh? So tell me what kind of kid he is.
He has ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
He struggles real bad in school. He struggles to pay attention. I mean, he's, otherwise than that, like in school and stuff, they said he's good in school. He tries to focus.
He's physically healthy, no
Yes.
health issues.
No.
Oh, great. Good. Good boy at home?
Yeah.
Pretty good boy. How do you guys discipline him
We just
when he does?
stand him in the corner.
I spank my kids. My kids are grown now, but I spank my kids. There's nothing wrong with that. Do you spank them? Do you just ground them? Do you take stuff from them?
Well, my son with the red hair, like video games and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the baby doesn't really know how to work controllers and stuff. He tried,
Mm-hmm.
but we just make him stand in the corner just for like a little bit to make him know that you ain't supposed to do that.
Is James in school yet?
Yes, he's in first grade.
He's in first grade. Where does he go to school?
Rosa Parks.
Rosa Parks. Okay. When's the last time he was in school?
Well, it's every Monday and Tuesday, so he was in school last Tuesday.
Okay. So he goes 2 days a week, Mondays and Tuesdays down there. Okay. you're saying other than that, he's a pretty good kid. This, I mean, as far as like behaviorally, I mean, he's a 6-year-old, so I know 6-year-olds.
I mean, he has his little fits here and there, tantrums. I just overlook it.
Right.
Because, I mean, that's the only thing you can do. Because, I mean, the other ones have the same thing, or they like to throw themselves down to the floor,
Right.
or stomping, or something like that. But other than that, he's a pretty good kid.
Okay, so I want to get into more. So what's going to happen at this point is the 2 children are going to be interviewed, go through a forensic interview. Do you understand what that is? Okay. So kids don't lie. Kids are pretty, what I mean by don't lie is when you get them, when you start talking to them about stuff, they're going to tell me, because they were both standing there, according to you, they're going to tell me exactly what happened. They're going to be able to do a forensic interview. And what that is it's people that are trained in do nothing but interview children for either sexual crimes or any type of crime they you know, that they were witnessed or been involved in. So they're going to be able to tell me exactly what happened. Just like I told you before, you're coming around, you've been honest with me about a lot of things. I still think there's a little bit being left out of what actually happened up in Preble County. You initially told me that your boyfriend, all 5 of you went up there. Do you remember telling me that? Okay. Did all 5 of you go up there?
No, just me and 3 kids.
You and the 3 kids, okay. So at no time, he wasn't up there for that. But you had called him, is what you told me, and told him what had happened.
No, I had texted him. He had called me.
Okay, you texted him, and what is your text gonna say when I see that?
I dropped the kids off.
And what about the boy being dead?
I said he might be dead.
Right. I think it's probably gonna give me a little bit more than that, but that's best you can remember? Okay. I think something more happened up there than you just him falling down. He didn't just fall down. Okay, can we agree on that?
I didn't run him over. I know that for a fact. I did not run him over.
Okay, when you got him out of the car.
I set him on the ground.
Okay, but you made it a point to use the word gently to me when you set him on the ground. Okay, that indicates to me it probably wasn't gently when you put him on the ground.
No, I literally set him down like a normal child you would sit down.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is you don't want your children to have to come to court, and if you care about them even an ounce, which you're telling me you do, they're going to come to court and probably say a lot different than what you're saying, okay? And they're going to tell the truth because that's what children do is they tell the truth, okay? They're going to tell me what happened. So you need to get out in front of this now and tell me exactly what happened. I don't know if you lost your temper for a few minutes and then you blacked out and this happened, but something happened up there at the lot.
No, I didn't do anything to him.
I don't believe you, huh? You're not telling me the truth again.
I mean, you can ask my kids. I really didn't do nothing to him.
Yeah, you did. He's
no,
dead.
I didn't.
Kids just don't drop dead, huh? And when we find him, we're going to find him. Autopsy's going to show what we need to know.
I didn't kill him. I didn't do anything to him.
Did James, your boyfriend, do something to him before?
I have no idea.
Well, yeah, you do. You were there. Did James?
No, I haven't. I was at the store before that.
Okay. So when he got in the car, when you drove off that Friday morning, Saturday morning technically, in the middle of the night, you drove off that Saturday morning, 3 or 4 in the morning, and all 3 kids are well, and they're in the back seat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh boy. Because there are breakdowns in your area, there are drivers in your area.
And somehow he died once you got up there to the park. Because your plan was to what? To leave him there.
Just to leave him there. I wasn't planning on hurting him, nothing.
Okay. So your plan was to do nothing more. I'm just going to leave these 3 here, and that way me and James can be done with that part of it.
Yes.
What were you thinking was going to happen? The kids would just be adopted out, or what?
At that point, I was basically confused. I didn't really know what to do. I didn't know if I should just leave them there, go back and get them. I didn't really, at that point, I didn't know what to do. But I did go back and get them.
Yeah, and the two were out on the road, you said, the main road at
Yeah.
that point? So you were gone more than 5 minutes, huh? If they made it all the way up
To
to
be
the road.
honest, I can't tell you how far I was gone, how long I was gone.
Okay. But you were gone, can we agree you were gone longer than 5 minutes?
Probably was.
Can we agree more than probably 20 minutes?
Probably.
Probably. Can we agree over a half hour?
I don't think it was a half hour. I'm not sure. I was tired, didn't really even want to even leave to do anything with them.
But James is what, insisting that you take him somewhere?
He's been on me for months. Well, since we moved in the new house, he's been basically nonstop. I'm sick of kids. I can't handle kids anymore. My son's old enough. Y'all need to leave. And I've been asking my sisters if I can stay, like, move in with them, as I was telling you earlier. And my older sister said I couldn't because of some type of rent agreement or whatever it was. And my younger sister told me just to duke it out.
What does that mean?
Just deal with it.
So dealing with it was just taking him up there and dropping him off and then going on your merry way?
No, she told me just to.
I know what you're saying, but you're saying that the way you were finally gonna deal with it is just because James, you're saying James didn't want the children around, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and James told you to get rid of them. Did he say how to get rid of them?
He said he didn't care how to get rid of them.
So then your plan that night was to drive them up to the park and just drop them off there. But you don't know how James got on the ground?
No.
Fell?
Last time my daughter told me before I got back in the van and I shut the door,
Mm-hmm.
he was just standing there looking at me.
Right.
And was trying to get in the door and then just stood there for a minute to see if I was unlocking the door.
Right.
From the inside. My daughter told me exactly that he went to go stand up. I'm guessing because when I moved forward, it made him kind of fall, stagger,
Mm-hmm.
or whichever. And she said that he had fell down, tried to get back up, and fell right back down.
Okay. So we'll get that from her. She'll explain that. Is that what you're thinking? She'll be able to explain it that way?
Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah.
what she told me.
So when he grabbed the door
And she
handle,
said when
you think maybe you drug him, not knowing you drug him?
I might have, I honestly don't know, but when I look back, I didn't see him having a handle.
But you did tell me you saw him, he was on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay, so you
Well,
see.
when I glanced back, I thought he was just sitting there on the ground. But my daughter said, no, Mom, you went around him and you didn't run him over.
Why would she say that at age 8? I mean, what brings you to her mind?
Because
Did you ask her?
I asked her, did you see what happened? Because I was kind of shook up, confused.
Mm-hmm.
So, and she was standing right there. I seen her standing right there. And she said, no, Mom, you didn't run him over. She said you might have accidentally drugged him, not knowing.
So now she's saying that you accidentally drug him?
Yeah.
I just brought up to you dragging him. You've never brought that up before. And now your daughter's telling you that, well, Mom, I think you probably drug him. So I'm trying not to get at you, okay? But you're me, okay? And that's not going to be good for you. Meaning that, you're yourself over by not telling me the whole truth here. You know what the happened to your boy. I know you know, okay? Tell me what happened to your boy. You did what you did. It's done and over. It's done. Look at me, hon. It's done and over.
It feels like you guys are not believing me.
I don't believe you. You're lying. You're not telling me the whole truth. You've told me partial
Well, go
truth.
get that whatever test.
No. I want you're going to get through this. We're going to get through this together.
Well, I didn't hurt my son.
Okay. You may You did because he's not alive, hon.
Okay, guys, I just want to pop in now again, and I've said this before, and I know I'm not trying to, keep at it, but in the same way, if they would have taken Katie into a room way back in the beginning on the first day when she reported her son missing, we would not be here today, in my opinion, because Katie would have been questioned and she would have broke down just like this 29-year-old girl is right here. The officer says, I don't believe you. She's never cried once during this whole interaction, but the moment that the officer says, I don't believe you, she breaks down in tears because she knows he's on to her.
He's dead. Okay? So something happened between once you got up there, something happened, and you told me partial truths the whole night, the whole day today. Okay? And you try to tell me a little more, and I appreciate that.
You deserve the best. At Harbor Freight, you can afford it. Performance, durability.
But you have got to be, when the judge and the prosecutor asked me, did she finally tell you the truth? I'm going to be able to say, I want to be able to say, yes, she did. She's remorseful. She's sorry. She doesn't want this to happen. She don't know what she was thinking. That's what I want to be able to tell the judge. You know what happened to that boy once you got up there. There's no doubt in my mind. Saying you don't really know, and all of a sudden now your daughter's telling that dragon. No, I just told you that, and now you're saying that your daughter's telling you that.
Can I have a little bit more water, please?
Yes, you can. Can you get her just right out here in the water fountain? Absolutely. You need to take a drink of this water when it comes back. Take a deep breath like you did earlier, and just tell me what happened. Okay? It is what it is, babe. Okay? I know you were. I know you were. I understand. We're going to get through this together. I feel like all day you and I have hit it off pretty well, am I right?
If I tell the truth, since I'm basically kind of partial to tell the truth, do I get in so much trouble?
Well, look at me. I'm a 100% straight shooter. You are in trouble. Okay?
Well, I know I'm in trouble for taking them and doing something with them.
But now, take a drink of water. Relax. Now you're here where you're going to tell me the truth. I know you. I know you well enough in the last 8 hours we've been together to know that you're going to tell me the truth now. So take a deep breath. It does go a long way. I will be happy to tell the prosecutor's office, yes, she was honest with me. But you need to tell me the whole truth. And I'm not you. That's what I'll tell them.
Just bear with me.
Okay.
I'm trying to get my anxiety to calm down.
I got you.
I'm sure you guys don't want me to pass out.
No, I don't want that to happen to you. Of course not.
Is there any way you can bring like a lady in here so I feel more comfortable?
Yep. Let me grab her, okay?
Please.
Okay, guys, again, she's really breaking down now because the officer's like, I don't believe you. I need you to be truthful. And he's lost a little bit of patience with her. Net detective, that's a good question. I mean, that's my next biggest question, right? Because I already kind of have a couple of theories on how Sebastian could have gotten out of the house. But then what? You know, that's a big one. That is a big one. Faye says, Lady Freedom, you are on point with this interview. If Katie was questioned separate, she would have talked. I think so too. I think Chris would have talked as well. I really do. I mean, now Sasha brought up a good point. Katie would have lawyered up, I think, too. Now, this girl here, Brittany Gosney, is not terribly younger than Katie Proudfoot, but she doesn't have the means that Katie Proudfoot has. Joe. She just doesn't. She just doesn't. Deep breathing in water, right? Exactly. Or pop. He was giving her pop too. And he was being nice at first, guys. He was never, hateful towards her. And even when he did get a little bit angry with her, it's like she didn't even flinch, but the minute he was like, I need you to be honest, I mean, she really lost it, right? And net detective says, oh no, they are shopping for a motorcycle. Well, yeah, I mean, they were shopping for they've been shopping for all kinds of things. It's not that you don't shop on, ever again. But it's just odd some of the things they go after, it's like they're living their best life, in my opinion. Hey, MS, good to see you. It's very sad, Sasha, and there's a lot of similarities, guys, and I'm gonna go over the similarities after we watch this. I just kind of wanted to get everybody up to date on the case that we're talking about, and why I feel that there's such strong comparisons between. KP wouldn't talk if she put the hurting on Sebastian herself, no benefit to her. Yeah, well, I can see that, but if she tried to tell multiple stories like what she's done online all over the place to the police, if they really would have given her questioning, if they would have just taken her down and questioned her in the beginning, I don't think we would be here, And they never searched, right? They never searched. And they went shopping for new motorcycles, bearded dragon, going to Disneyland. I mean, yeah, it's crazy. Nisi says, in my opinion, I think Sebastian was left in the car in the garage. My opinion, something happened in the garage when KP and Sebastian got home, in my opinion. Very interesting, Nisi. Yeah. I mean, at this point, there are a couple of things that really could have happened. There really could have been a couple of things that happened here. But Ned Detective's right. Well, what happened next? Where did she bring them? Where did someone take him to? What did they? What could they have done next? Right, to either hide Sebastian somewhere, or if there was foul play involved, what happened next? Yeah, I think so too, Sasha. If she had the resources that Katie has, it could have been cut short. It could have been cut short. But they would have lawyered up, and then that would have been a huge indication to law enforcement that they didn't want to talk to them, and therefore making them uncooperative. But the fact that they didn't bring them down to the station for questioning is a huge problem. And here's why. Because there was never any opportunity to put pressure or heat on them. They simply believed Katie for her word. And that's the big problem. Because if they would have taken her to the station and she would have lawyered up right now, just right now before she confesses, and she would have lawyered up, they still would have arrested her, in my opinion. The car has DNA already in the car. And see, these officers right here were also searching for little James. They were also going and doing forensics on the vehicle. They were going to the location where she said she ran, or she said she didn't run him over, but she dragged him with the car. They went to that location. They pulled the little girls in, two of her little girls, and questioned them, right? They had a forensic interviewer interviewing her children, and then they were interviewing her boyfriend in the next room, and they were interviewing her, and they were coming back and using that as leverage. That never happened in this case. That's the big problem. They treated them too friendly. They operated off of only one assumption, which can only cause us to still be without Sebastian for 19 months now.
I need Becky.
Sorry, I was raised when I was a kid.
You don't have to explain it to me, I understand. We understand. We are not gonna take offense to you asking for a female to be in here with you, that's perfectly fine.
The Tabby Bag. Shop now at Coach.com.
I just feel more safer with another.
Absolutely. Sure.
There's another officer in the room too with her, guys.
Another reason I'm probably scared because there's too many of you guys.
I understand.
All right, I got Detective Blueheart coming. She's right across the hall. She'll be here in a minute. I'll set Becky right next to you, okay? Got this from the prosecutor.
So basically, it'd be a lot better on my behalf to tell
It's
every detail that I can remember correctly.
yes. It's gonna be better than I can tell the prosecutor that you've been honest with me about everything. Have you met Detective Blueheart? Okay, sit right next to her. All right. She feels real comfortable with female being in here with us, so that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so, from the top.
We were arguing about something in the morning.
Mhm.
The kids were already asleep.
Who was arguing?
Me and James Hamilton.
Yeah, your boyfriend.
We were arguing. We didn't, we had words,
Mm-hmm.
and he's been going on since we moved there at this new house for me to get rid of my kids
Mm-hmm.
because I won't discipline them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just refuse to.
Every parent's different.
I'd rather stand them in the corner than hit them
Mm-hmm.
or anything. But we were arguing. The kids were asleep upstairs,
Mm-hmm.
and he was just complaining constantly that the kids don't listen to you. You let them do whatever. And I was like, they're kids. What am I really supposed to do?
Sure.
And he's like, I don't know, but you need to get these kids out of here, blah, 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 or I'm throwing you out on the porch. And at that time, I didn't know what to do because I have nowhere to go.
Okay. And this is really Friday night then?
Yes.
Okay.
And he told me, I don't care what vehicle you take, just take them somewhere and get rid of them. And he was like, I know a good spot if you want to take them there. And he told me I can't remember right off what that name of that park is.
When we were at today?
Yes.
Rush Run?
Rush Run Park. And I had called him and said, where am I at? I'm confused. Because it didn't look like where we went to before.
Right.
To let the kids stop and use the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
So I was kind of basically looking around like, where am I even at?
Mm-hmm.
Because like I was telling you earlier, I use my GPS for everything.
Right.
And he just told me, Rush Run.
Okay.
And it took me to the other part.
The part we were at today?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he said, just look it up, Rush Run Lake.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I did, and that's where I showed you that.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Okay.
And so I took them there, I dropped them off. I want to say I maybe got, actually I got, where right before the arrow, the first arrow that you had to turn this way
Mm-hmm.
or this way, was right there.
Right.
And I basically just did it like a big U and turned around and went back and got them. And then I seen, because when I got close to the entrance of where I left them at,
Mm-hmm.
the older two was like quarter, not far away from where I had left them at.
Right.
And I was like, where's James? They was like, he's back there. I said, okay, but where's James at? She's like, Mom, I think he's dead or something's wrong with him. So I went back to see what was going on with him, and he was just laying there basically dead. His head right here was busted.
Okay. Now listen, you're really trying to help yourself, and that's good. Okay? But you're still not telling me the truth. You're not telling me the truth. I need to know how James got hurt, got himself killed. What happened?
So you're talking about basically when the first time I went and dropped him off before I left.
Yes.
I went in the parking lot. I sat there for a minute, was thinking. I didn't make him get out at that time. We were just sitting there in the car, still running the headlights on. Well, I was like, get out. And I told the kids I was sorry. And the older two, the only one got out.
Right.
Well, James sat in the back seat all the way on this side.
Passenger side?
Yes.
Okay.
And was laying there like he was asleep, but he wasn't. I set him out on the ground. He stood up and said, Mom, we don't want to be here. And he kept trying to open the car door. Well, it locks automatically once you get in there. And I'm trying to remember correctly.
You can stream live sports on the Fox One app. Fox One, streaming now.
I was sitting there. James was standing there trying to get in the door. I noticed the other two were by the bathroom. Well, towards the bathroom, because I seen the bathroom right there. And I went to go pull off. I'm not sure if he had the handle. And I went forward. I didn't hear no
blood or anything?
No.
All right. You know he probably had the handle?
Yeah.
Okay, and
did
you run over him with the car?
No.
By accident?
No.
Did the tire go over his head? Go over his body?
No.
All right. So you're saying that you think that he may have had the handle as you drove off, he fell?
Yeah.
Okay. But you know really what happened?
No, I know for a fact he had that handle.
Okay, so he holding the handle?
Yeah. He was trying to get back in
there. And you drive off?
Yeah.
How far did you drag him?
I went as you go out, not all the way out, but as you go to head out.
Right.
And that's as far as I got, but I didn't hear no noises, as I was saying.
Right.
And
so is that when he fell off the door? Once you got out that way?
Yeah.
All right, so how far do you think you drug him for?
Well, I had dragged him from where we were sitting, parked, and he had a handle. I didn't realize it, and I just drove on.
You just told me you saw that he had the handle, so you did realize it.
Yeah, he had a handle because he.
So you did realize it. Don't minimize what you're saying, hon. You're doing really good, and you keep minimizing this. Just take responsibility for it. Okay, that's what's going to help you. You got to take responsibility for this. So you tell me now that you don't know if he had the handle, but you just told me.
He had a handle trying to get in the van.
And you drove off?
Yes.
How fast were you going? Don't say 10 miles an hour, because I wasn't 10 miles an hour.
I was in a hurry out of there.
So you sped off. Okay. How far do you think you drove him?
Well, where I showed you he was laying at is where he was laying at
Okay.
when I went back to get him.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if he maybe got up and tried to move around or anything. But I do know he eventually let go of the handle.
Okay. You didn't hear him drop?
I had the music on.
Okay. So how loud is the music? Pretty loud?
Yeah.
Well,
it was not pretty loud. It was like maybe 15 or
Okay.
like 15. I don't know.
I know what you mean. So once you drag him, you see him fall off, and then how far do you drive after that? Is that when you drove out towards the road?
Yes.
Okay. And you were gone at least 20 minutes.
It could have been. It probably was longer because I went all the way till I got to the one part where you can only go like this, and then I just turned back around and went back and get him.
You know where that Y is at?
The only thing I can think of is
There's a yellow. It's like
somewhere
a
what's
yellow
open.
arrow, black and yellow arrow that's on like the side of a fence or something.
So when you turn out of the parking lot, you turn left,
Mhm.
and you drove straight to a stop sign, and then you continued straight.
Mhm.
That would be Somerville West Elkton Road would be the next intersection, be a T-stop. You can only turn left or right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. About how far is that? Couple miles?
Probably a mile and a half.
Okay.
Let's say I don't know exactly.
That's all right. So where you showed us in the parking lot there, that's where he was laying?
Yeah.
So you didn't drive him out down to the road at all, near the road?
No.
Out the drive to the road?
No.
How long do you think you drove him for?
24 hours, 2024 Howard Avenue. This service with James Griffith.
To be honest, I don't really know.
Okay. So this morning, is it true that you dumped the body this morning?
Yes.
That's true?
Yes.
And where you showed us, is that the true spot?
Yes.
And who was driving?
He was.
Okay.
Because I don't know.
So you're saying you stopped in the middle of that bridge where you showed us?
Yes.
And
Because before we stopped, we was, like I told you, we was a little bit down the road, but prior to that, we had stopped so he can tie a brick or something.
you tied a brick to him?
Brick and a rope, that's what he said. I don't know for sure.
Okay. You know the difference in a brick and a cinder block?
It was like a whole brick, but he put holes in the rock, I'm guessing.
Okay.
It's something like a cinder block.
Okay, so you know what a cinder block is?
Yes, it's got 2 holes in it,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
And he put, I don't know how many holes in it, but he said he put a hole in it.
All right, so what did
I didn't go and examine
what did he tie him up with? A rope?
it was a red rope with different colors on it.
Okay, guys, so it was a red rope with different colors on it. She's saying that that's how they weighted little James's body down before they threw him into the river, right? So just a little background as to what we went over earlier today in the live, and it was mainly going over this woman, Brittany Gosney's past. She does have childhood trauma, just like Katie Proudfoot. She did get involved with a man who didn't want her children. He gave an ultimatum, just like it has been alleged multiple times that Chris Proudfoot gave an ultimatum about Sebastian. And then now we're stuck here. And I understand that people are saying, that maybe her confession could have been thrown out in court. I mean, that's a chance that everybody takes when there's a confession, right? When law enforcement gets a confession, it's always kind of out of their hands, right? Because then it's handled in the court of law. So, but what they've done here, what they should have done in Sebastian's case is they did exactly what they were supposed to do. They got the confession because they separated the parties out, right? And then they were looking for evidence. They were preserving the crime scene. They were checking the vehicles, right? Because in this case, the vehicle was involved. They did everything right. And then what they did is they turned around and brought in a specialist who examined this young woman and got her ready for her polygraph. If you want to see how that's properly handled, please watch part 2. Right, this is a part 3 of the series. And here we go. Now this is fast forwarded to the next day, right? And this young lady is being questioned before her polygraph. And let me make sure I'm at the right timestamp. I left off at 109:39.
Do you understand that's going on getting rid of them? Not permanently, anyway. They're gonna make their way back
I
home.
knew they were gonna make their way back home.
Okay. So when you dropped him off, James wouldn't get out of the vehicle because he was pretending like he was sleeping.
Because he didn't want to.
Right. So you pick him up.
Am I okay to drink?
Yeah. You set him down. He wants to get back in the van. He says, "Mom, I don't want to be here." Is that right?
Yes.
And he's holding on to the door. You take off. He falls to the ground, hits his head when he falls. You get to the exit of the park, change your mind, go back. The kids have already walked a quarter mile towards you as they're walking towards the entrance.
Mm-hmm.
You pick them up, say, "Where's James?" James is heavy breathing. You go back for James. He's not breathing. He's clearly dead.
Mm-hmm.
You put him in the vehicle. You drive home, and you first, before you turned around and went back, you texted him and said that you got rid of the kids.
Mm-hmm.
But then after you texted, and you said that James was hurt.
James might be hurt.
But then after you texted him, you changed your mind, turned around, and went back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh no, he told you twice. Go back and get the kids.
Mm-hmm. Because he said, "I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to do nothing right."
So you didn't change your mind. He told you to go back.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were going to leave him, but he told you to go back because you can't do it right. All right.
And I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm guessing in his eyes, he was hoping that I was just going to get rid of him, kill him, all that. But I did not.
Had you guys talked about it at the house before you took him to restaurant?
No.
Well, clearly you did because he said you were in the wrong place, so he knew where you were planning on taking him.
No, he told me just to take him to the restaurant.
And do what with them? What did he want you to do to them?
Just take him there.
But you can't just take him there. You got to do something. What did he think you were going to do at the restaurant?
I have no idea because I wasn't.
Well, you talked about it enough that he knew you needed to go to the Y.
Okay. Before, this helps with the story. Way before this, he had bought the rope and all that. He had tied up all 3 of my children, stuck dirty underwears in their mouth, tied their mouth up too with the underwear. And
whose dirty underwear?
The children's. And put them upstairs in the closet.
Mm-hmm.
I told him he doesn't need to do that. Leave him alone.
Right.
Well, he still insisted on, "I'm done with these kids," basically trying to, I'm good, is to kill them. Mm-hmm. Is that what you do when they're going to die eventually once you wrap them, tie them up to where they can't move and breathe, right?
Mm-hmm. So you cover their noses up too?
No.
just put the children's own underwear in their mouth and tied a rope to try to help keep I'm guessing the underwear in their mouth.
Right.
And he had took them upstairs and put them in the closet in the daughter's room. Well, I wanted to go back up there to take the rope off and all that. He told me if I was to go up there and take the rope off of them, he was leaving and taking all of them and getting rid of them.
How long were they up there?
Well, he had kept going up there because James, the little boy, kept taking the rope off his, somehow taking the rope off his mouth and taking the the underwear out of his mouth. And kept moving around, yelling, "Mom, Mom, Mom, please help me. Come, I gotta use the bathroom." Well, I went to go upstairs. He jumped up and went up there. And I don't know what he did because I didn't go upstairs.
Could you hear any ruckus or anything?
I heard thumping, like a lot of, like, on the floor.
Is that when James, the little boy, got all the bruises on him?
Probably. Because when he had went upstairs.
How long before Friday did that take place where he tied up all three kids and put them in the closet?
Well, I said, I'm trying to give you the right when he did it. I said I did all this Friday into Saturday morning, right? So it was Friday night then.
The same?
Yes.
Okay.
It happened to be right before what we had was arguing, and then he got mad because I wasn't doing nothing, basically.
Right.
I was just sitting there ignoring him, letting the children basically stand in front and do whatever they wanted. He had went and grabbed some rope that he had bought from the Walmart and started tying them up.
Is that why he bought the rope, to tie them up?
I don't know. He told me it was for work.
What's he do for a living?
Electric.
He's an electrician?
So I don't know if he was maybe any junk here and there. So I don't know if he was using the rope to hold the junk down. I don't know.
Right.
But he had gotten the rope and it set around for a little bit, like he left it laying on the floor. I was going to go hide it, but he wouldn't even move, leave, nothing.
How often did he work?
He was out for the whole week from being sick.
Okay.
So he missed he ain't worked since the Friday before.
Okay, guys, I'm just going to pop in here. So, just to give this a little bit of context, so this woman is very detailed, right? And what happened is her boyfriend told her that she needs to get rid of the kids or they're all going to be out on the street, right? So she even asked her sister if she can come stay. Good to see you, C. Taylor. Thank you, Lori, for being so warm and welcoming. And then, also she was asking a friend. She asked people. She even went so far as to call, according to her, the fire department to see if they would take her kids, right? But she wanted to stay with this man. The detective asked her in the previous interview when she was wearing her street clothes, "Do you love your boyfriend James?" And she looked dead at him in his face, in his eyes, and said yes. And she stuck up for him many, many, many times, saying that the children gave him seizures, right? So this woman is just as cold and calculated as Katie, in my opinion, and she worked in tandem with her other half, in my opinion. Yo, Daddy, this is a interview with Brittany Gosney.
if it's making any sense. And he was out that whole week. So I had to deal with him the whole week. Well, I was also sick. I didn't want to deal with the children. Well, I didn't want to be beating on the children. I wanted to just like, hey, you guys can't be doing that. You're in trouble. Now you can get in the corner.
Right.
Well, he insisted on not feeding them. I said they had to eat something or they're going to die. I don't want my children to die. Well, he's like, you know, I only want you to give them bread and bologna. And they're only allowed having water to drink. And so I done what he said. Even though before that, because remember I told you all of this started happening with getting rid of the kids when we was in the hotel.
Right.
He had
So the house is in your name.
Yes.
What's your attraction to James?
What was my what?
Attraction to James, your boyfriend. You were able to get a place all by yourself, right? But you moved James.
I couldn't afford it. I couldn't even afford the hotels.
Do you love James?
I did until I seen how he was acting towards my children.
When did you stop loving him?
I haven't, well, basically, once he started telling me to get rid of the children, is when my love for him basically started going down. I was trying to get me and myself out of that predicament and go stay with my sisters. But I had they wouldn't let me. So at that time, I didn't know where to go, what to do.
When did you call
them? I talked to my sister Lisa a lot about everything that goes on. Because I need somebody to tell, somebody to help me, basically. Well, I don't know, not help me, but because I mean, I wasn't going to do nothing to them children, but I wanted to tell somebody. So I had the understanding from someone that knew more of right to wrong. Because I don't know how none of the law works, none of that. Like I said, I've never been in trouble, ever.
It's not really about the law, it's just about being a loving mother, you know, so.
Yes, I didn't.
So you when you're thinking about kids, like, I don't think about, well, is it legal for me to do this to my children? I think more like, is it right for me to do this?
Yeah. Well, I was talking to her about what was going on, why we were constantly arguing. And it was constantly because kids wasn't listening, I wasn't disciplined. And I kept telling him over and over, they're kids. What do you expect children to do? They're not going to listen. I mean, the only thing you can do is make them stand in a corner. And I told him, he's like, well, you can spank them, just don't leave a mark. And I looked at him, I'd rather not spank my children. I do not want to leave no marks on my children.
Right.
I'd rather just stand them in the corner because that don't leave marks. Right?
Yeah, you're right. So, at the motels when you start complaining about the kids, and the house that you got is in your name. How did you get that house?
Well, I had, with the stimulus checks, I had saved up between that, and my son has SSI.
Does.
Yes, he has SSI because he's ADHD. He has a learning disability. Some of his words you cannot understand. So, like, you have to ask him several times of what he's saying, because you can't understand it. Well, I had applied for all three of them SSI because none of them, they had all three had learning disabilities.
Okay.
And I was told by the doctor, the ADHD doctor that prescribes the medication, like, because I told her I need some type of help, assistance, something besides food stamps, so I can pay for and live for me and my children's roof over our head.
Right.
And she told me I can get SSI for them.
Okay.
So that's what I was doing. I started the process with first, and then after that I did the other two.
Right.
And I got approved. You went to the medical doctors that they do before you get approved for the SSI.
Okay.
I took them to the doctor. They did the testing, however they did it. I sat out in the waiting room. After they asked me what they had to ask me, I sat out in the waiting room while they did whatever to examine to see if he had disability or not, or stuff like that. Well, I had applied for the SSI, did the appointments and all that, got approved not too long ago for it. Well, they owed me still back pay, but with him working, he was paying the motel and whatever else.
Okay.
I had the money. I was saving the money from the SSI to get me and my children our own place.
Right.
And basically, I was trying to get away from him, but he just insisted on going to, that he was going to help me
Right.
pay the bills. So that's my intention, was I thought he was just going to do, was help me pay the bill, like a roommate type ordeal.
You weren't romantically
We still were romantically involved.
Right.
But I was trying to like give each other a break, if you get what I'm saying, to see maybe if that would help our relationship better. So I was saving up money to get us, me and my children, a place to live between the SSI and the stimulus pay that I had got. So I was saving up that money to get us our own place and to make sure we had enough for the rent and maybe half a deposit. And to get the water and the electric on. Well, the electric is on in his name because I couldn't, he wouldn't allow me to get it in my name because he didn't want me to pay the $175 for the winter rule, whatever it is. I was just going to put everything in my name.
Right.
He insisted on he went ahead of me and put it in his name. I was going to put it in my name.
But he beat you to it.
Yes. So that way, if I did tell him to get out, everything would be in my name. I wouldn't have to worry about.
Did you ever tell him to get out?
No. I eventually, he ruined it when he said, I'm putting the electric in my name. I wanted to just go ahead and pay whatever I had to pay, plus the water and the rent and the deposit, and put it all in my name.
Did you owe back electric bill?
Yes. And I even called around to try to see if I needed help with getting the electric a little cheaper for me. And they told me the lowest they can do me right now was the $175 for the rent rule program, and to sign up for to start payment arrangements.
All right, so is everything you've told me today true?
Yes.
When your intention was, when you left him at Rush Run, when you were driving to Rush Run, when you were driving there, you did not intend to kill anybody.
No, I did not.
And when you were driving away, you felt in your mind that what would happen when you left these kids at the park? What did you think would happen?
They might get hurt, or...
How would they get hurt?
Well, he told me that someone might kidnap them. I was like, I hope not.
Right. What did you think would happen to them at the park?
I knew eventually they were going to find their way back home, or they would have seen somebody going by and stop them.
What did you think would happen at that point?
Can you explain more so I can...
Well, I'm trying to, because you had a plan, clearly had a plan, because you and James, the boyfriend, You guys talked about it. You knew where you were going to go. You were going to go to the area by the water.
Well, when he tied them up or whatever it was.
Or he tied them up Friday. Oh, I forgot about that. How did they get untied?
I untied them.
Okay.
I had told him to go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was letting it all go and just sleep on it.
Right.
And he kept nagging at me. He wouldn't let me go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Even though after I had told the children to stay up there in the rooms and go to bed.
Right.
I will see them in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
He insisted on, no, you have to get rid of them. You can't go to bed until you get rid of them.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I don't want to get rid of them.
Right.
Why can't we just go to bed?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I'm tired, it's late. I don't want to get rid of my children.
Right.
I was going to look at him and tell him, why don't you go somewhere else?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I don't have to, I pay the bills here.
You told him that, and that was his response? And the only bill he pays electric. Right.
And then I started thinking, like, maybe I should have just called the cops.
Mm-hmm.
They probably would have made him leave, right? If it was in my name or...
Gosh, if we knew what he had done to the kids, tied them up and put them in we would have taken him to jail. That's domestic violence.
Well, see, I don't know nothing about the law,
Mm-hmm.
or I would have done that.
So, you get him untied, you tell him to go to bed. He won't let you go to sleep until you get rid of him.
Yeah, they started to go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had already told them, lay out their bed and lay down.
Right.
But I didn't go to sleep, because I was literally getting ready to go. Well, you know, I smoke cigarettes. I told you that. I was going to smoke a cigarette and then go to sleep.
Right.
Well, I smoked my cigarette, and then he went back to started trying to argue with me. I kept trying my best to ignore him.
Mm-hmm.
And he kept saying, brick walls, brick walls.
What's that mean?
Basically talk to the wall.
Okay.
Because I wasn't acknowledging that he was speaking to me.
Uh-huh.
I was trying to block him out, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, I just couldn't deal with it. What I should have done was just got up, walked away, and went to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys, I just want to pop in really quick, too. KJ Mack, you make a really good point. She's a talker. It's so awful how animated she is, telling such a horrific story. She likes being listened to. I agree. And, here's the thing. The beauty of separating the two of them is that they were never able to get any kind of story straight except for the first story that they tried to push off on law enforcement, that very first narrative, right, that little James went missing, when in reality, that's not what happened. And we're hearing what actually happened if we are to believe everything that she says. But there's also still a polygraph that's gonna be administered to her. This is all a pre-polygraph process that we're witnessing here. None of this was done to Katie or Chris. And the thing is that they are using what he has said as leverage against her as well. So what she's doing here is a lot of self-preservation, because she's trying to make it seem like she didn't want to do this, but ultimately she did. So I just kind of want to pop in and say that, Deborah says that she's desperately hoping everyone will sympathize with her so she doesn't have to go to prison. I agree. I definitely think this is where she's going to start, throwing him under the bus a little bit more, which she has, saying that he was the reason, and she wanted to, tell him to get out, but he was the one that paid the bills, right? And so that's part of her reasoning, that she couldn't just tell him to leave. And so she is justifying her actions, in my opinion. So Holly S says, I think Chris and Katie were just questioned barely in their home, and Chris handed them the narrative on a silver platter. I agree with that, Holly S. I don't think that Katie got this type of a treatment. Neither did Chris. None of them were brought in for questioning when they should have been. And it, maybe it would have resulted in them clearing them. You know what I mean? But since they never did that, we don't have that. We don't have any of the information that was lost. There was no luminol testing done. There was no fingerprinting done. That's all part. per the Proudfeet. Hey, Don Emery, good to see you. And welcome in, everyone. Thank you for being here. And thank you so much for hitting the like button. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate you guys. And thank you for, going over this interrogation. I know it's quite horrific. And it's very, very sad. Um,
But I was still trying to enjoy my last cigarette before I went to sleep.
Right.
And he still wanted to sit there and constantly argue with me. I looked at him a couple times, told him, shut up.
Right.
Because I didn't want to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
He told me, make him shut up. I said, I'm not going to put my hands on you to make you shut up. You have the choice to either shut up or leave me alone or else.
Right.
So then at that time, who the hell you? I'm still trying to wake up and where was I at?
So you told the kids to go to bed. You're having your last cigarette. You just want him to shut up, and your intention is to go to bed.
Yes.
Right.
And just wake up the next morning and everything be fine. I still have my children. They're alive. They're okay. But he still kept insisting on, you can't go to bed. You need to get rid of.
Right.
So I did what he asked, basically, instead of listening to my gut.
But you guys had talked about how you're going to get rid of him, because he knew you were in the
No,
wrong
he
place.
was going to get rid of him before that on his own.
What was he going to do? You don't know.
I don't know. He just said, I'm going to get rid of these fucking kids. Exact words.
How did they get untied from the closet?
I untied them.
Okay, so they were upstairs tied up. Little Jay.
Like, before all this happened, he was saying that he's going to get rid of the fucking kids because he's sick and tired of dealing with them. Excuse my French, but I'm telling you exact words he said. I told him, no, you're not. Leave my children alone.
Okay.
And he said, you want to watch? I'm ready to rest my neck or go be with my mom, which his mom is dead.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he kept telling me over and over and over and over. Basically, almost every day of my life.
Okay, so James ties up the kids in the closet. This is Friday.
Yes. Friday night.
Friday night.
All this.
So you untie the kids.
Yes. See, that's probably what I should have told him, too. That would have helped out a lot more, huh?
Right. So you untie the kids. You want to go to sleep. He won't let you sleep.
Yes. The kids were going to sleep upstairs.
They were already in bed?
Yes.
And he's saying, no, you can't sleep until you get rid of the kids.
Yep. Now I see why you said there's a gap or something missing.
Yeah.
Now I understand now after listening to you saying.
So he says, nope, you can't sleep until you get rid of these kids. And at some point you talked about it, how you're going to get rid of these kids, because he knew you were in the wrong place. So
he told me I got the best place for them.
James, Big James, says
yes,
he's got the best
not my son.
Right.
And that's when he told me rush run.
I got the best place for you. What did he tell you to do?
He said just take them and drop them off.
Just take them and drop them off? Because James, Big James, he wants to get rid of the kids for good. He doesn't want them back.
I
so
don't know
surely he told you something besides just drop them off.
No, that's exactly what he said. I wasn't trying. Well, actually, this is exactly what he said. Take them and drop them off. I don't care what you do with them.
Okay.
If that helps too.
Yeah.
She says if that helps you. He's just trying to get the truth, and it's like pulling teeth from this girl, right? So thank you to Troy for letting me know. So guys, just a little quick recap. This is Brittany Gosney, and this is her follow-up interrogation, right? She has already confessed to taking the life of little James Hutchinson, her 6-year-old. And she was brought in, well, she went to the police station to report her son missing, and the police took the opportunity to pull her into a room and start questioning her, as well as her little daughters who were also there, two of her little daughters and her boyfriend, right? And separated all of them, started the questioning process, came to a confession uh, at the end of it, right? Now, her confession took a while to get out of her, and they were going back and forth. So we've already done, this is a part three, um, just to kind of recap that. But, she had the same story as Katie Proudfoot. The kids went to bed at 9, she went to bed at 10. They woke up, and this time she woke up at 8 o'clock a.m., and little James was nowhere to be found, right? But come to find out, she confesses to uh, the unthinkable, right? And I'm doing a comparison with the Sebastian Rogers case because there's so many similarities. Brittany is taken in during questioning the next day, and she's wearing, the stripes, and she goes into her childhood trauma, like Little Red was saying. She had a baby when she was 12 years old. She was sex trafficked by her parents, right? And she had a excuse me, she had a really rough life. But it is no excuse, but it does happen where we see, you're so welcome, Detroit. Thank you. Um, it does happen where we see the patterns, right? Where people go through great trauma. And I mean, guys, when she was describing her experience, she was just as cold as she is now, talking about what happened to her little boy. Um, the story goes, there was an ultimatum given by her boyfriend that he wanted her to get rid of all of her kids. Wanted her to just take them and leave them at this park. And so she went to leave them at the park. She made the kids get out of the vehicle. Well, little James didn't want to get out of the vehicle. He wanted to stay in the van with her. And when she was driving away, she said that she pulled little James and drug him with the vehicle. Um, how true that is, I still don't really believe it, and we still haven't watched her polygraph. I haven't watched it either without you guys, because I wanted it to kind of be, more of like a reaction, and us kind of, letting it sink in together. And they're really, really long too. So we kind of been breaking them up. But I think if, Sumner County Sheriff's Office would have done their due diligence to begin with and pulled the parents in for questioning as soon as they reported Sebastian missing, I think it would have made all the difference in the world, and we wouldn't be sitting here right now. I heard the only people that can FOIA information would be like a Tennessee resident, unfortunately. And then with the case being open. Oh, FOIA for this? No, no, hon, Little Red, this is in Ohio. Yeah, we could probably FOIA this one. We probably could FOIA this one. Yeah, so that's why I really wanted to go over it too, Lori, because it's like so similar, right? Just very, very similar. Um, so yeah, thanks, Lil Red. So I thought, I don't think many people are doing this, and I think it's good to look it over. Oh, bonjour, seclusion works. Good to see you. Yeah, and then again, guys, thank you, Deborah, for that too. The most tragic ending to the story is that this little boy, James, 6 years old, has never been found for a proper burial. Exactly, Deborah. Thank you for that. Because that's the truth. That's another reason why I wanted to highlight James's story, because he's never been found, right? He's still out there, and who knows? Maybe there might be a group like Adventures with Purpose that might be listening to this. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. No, just kidding. But really, maybe they might decide to go out there. But this river is huge, guys, and I'll show you a news clip that I showed earlier today, just to kind of give you an idea of how big this river is. The Ohio River is, if you've never seen it before. they ended up tying a cinder block to this little boy and throwing him over a bridge is what they ultimately came up with. Now she tried to plead insanity. She tried to plead not guilty, but ultimately she did plead guilty, and she was sentenced to 21 years. So, oh, that's a good question, KJ Mack. I'm not sure where the river drains out. That's a really good question. Yeah, they know where the child is. Yeah, Little Red, because what they said is uh, she said that she drove away, right? But then she went back and got little James because her boyfriend told her to bring him home and that he was going to do something with little James. And so she grabbed the other two little girls. She went back to the scene, grabbed the other two little girls, and then they brought little James back to the house. So these girls were absolutely horrified, I'm sure, by the end of it. Oh, good seclusion. I'm so glad you're here. Yeah, they need the narc divers. Yeah, Dawn, absolutely. Maybe somebody will hear the story and decide to look into it. I don't know if they ever pinpointed the area with the precise coordinates to where they threw him over or not. We kind of haven't gotten too far into the case, but I thought it would be interesting to compare notes. And again, I think that had they done the proper steps, and I did put a condensed version out of the initial interrogation or interview turned interrogation, right? Because when we watched the full interview, we noticed that at a certain point they started reading her Miranda rights, and at that point, arguably, she could have said, "I do want a lawyer," right? Because right there in our Miranda rights is, if you don't have a lawyer, one will be appointed to you, right? So even in Brittany's situation, with her having less privilege, entitlement, like we see in Katie Proudfoot with Chris Proudfoot. Her and her boyfriend didn't have that, but they could have just gotten a free lawyer and ended the questioning there. Either way, she would have been arrested. Either way, I think that it would have come out in the wash. But that's the problem, and that's what we've lost with Sebastian's case, in my opinion. Oh, the Mississippi, that's what I was afraid of. Nisi says Ohio River goes to Wabash River to the Mississippi River. Oh my goodness. And guys, it was really overturned. They said that when they did try to find little James, it was so murky that the water was like chocolate milk. That's how they described it. Robini says the Ohio River starts at the confluence of the Allegheny and Mono. Ooh, I don't know if I'm going to say that one. Gallia River, Monongahela Rivers in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and flows 981 miles until it ends in Cairo, Illinois, where it empties into the Mississippi. Okay, that's what I was kind of thinking too, just being around from Illinois. Ooh. So yeah. Yeah, and they were around Pittsburgh area. Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much, Robini. My goodness. Yeah, I was wondering that too. KJ Mack. Oh my gosh, and that's a huge river, just huge, um, and very murky. He could be anywhere. Seclusion works absolutely. That's the yeah, yeah. Mm. Thanks, guys. Deborah says, So are the authorities certain that James is in the river, uh, or buried James somewhere in the rural area? Well, I think he is. That was the last news clip that we watched. That the authorities do think he is in there. That he was, thrown in there. I think Chaos Divers searched the river in some of the three of their videos. Thanks, Brenda. Okay, Chaos Divers. I don't know that I've heard of them before. Oh, that's cool. Robini says I used to travel on a pontoon boat with my grandpa. Pontoons are so fun. They are so fun. Also, a lot of cargo ships and barge Yeah, absolutely. And you see, yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, and just kind of turn up the water all the time. It's polluted. Um, Very cool way to watch the fireworks. I've done that plenty of times in Branson. That's for sure. Almost a ghost town. Cairo is a small, yeah, it is a small town, teeny tiny town. Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, and it's just amazing. And this girl keeps on telling, tall tales to this detective, and he's like probably rolling his eyes. I wish we could see her facial expressions. That's the only gripe I have about it.
So he's trying to remove himself a little bit. Go there, take him, drop him off. I don't care what you do with him.
And I looked at him and said, do you think I want to get rid of my own flesh and blood?
Mm-hmm.
And he just said, I don't care, get rid of them, do something with them.
Mm.
And I kept asking him over and over, why should I get rid of my children?
At what point, and it might have been way before Friday, at what point did you discuss leaving them at the firehouse? And James, Big James,
in the hotel.
At the hotel. At the hotel, you'd already talked about getting rid of them at the hotel.
No, he had told me I need to get rid of them. So I was thinking of the best way that I knew they weren't going to get hurt or any of that.
And you talked about dropping off firehouse. Why, now, your first child was, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you talk about just doing it as you did with, because it was 1.5?
Well, when I called 2-for-1 Kids, I even called them myself.
Who'd you call?
2-for-1 Kids.
2 for 1?
For the children, well, I don't know if it's called 2-for-1 Kids in Middletown or Dayton, because that's where I was at in Dayton.
Mm-hmm.
So I had called the Job and Family Services
Mm-hmm.
and had asked to talk to someone to go about how to get rid of the children,
Mm-hmm.
because basically I was concerned about their safety,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't want nothing to happen to them.
All right.
So they told me the only thing they could do was open up a case.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't get rid of them or nothing, and he wasn't for it.
Why wasn't he for that?
I know he said, no, don't do it. I'm guessing because he thought I was going to be able to just get rid of them, like vanish.
Do you know how long ago was that you talked to someone about getting rid of their
I'm
children?
trying to remember the lady's name. She told me the lady's name.
Mm-hmm.
I had wrote it down to the house. I can't go home and give you the paper. There was a lady that I talked to.
At Family Services.
Yes.
And you talked to her about
Trying to put them in a foster home or somewhere safe that I knew was safe.
And she said she couldn't help you, she could just open a case.
Yes.
Which would have you helped her? She'd have to open a case.
Well, that's what she said. It wasn't going to help me. She'd have to open a case first. And she told me if I wanted to, she'd go ahead and do that. But he told me to call him and let him know what was said.
Do you know what this Family Services organization is?
Montgomery.
Montgomery?
It was Montgomery,
County?
yes.
Okay.
Where I got my food stamps from.
Okay.
And medical.
Okay. So you had called them while you were living in the hotel with Family Services in Montgomery County.
Yeah.
What was your intention to do like you had done with?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. But that didn't work because they had to open a case. And
yes.
James,
yes.
Big James didn't want you to do that.
Yes.
Sorry.
Does it make a lot more sense now?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
So I'm trying to answer all the questions that somebody's going to ask later on. Because that's going to be one of the questions. You just do what, like you.
Well, we was at the
kind of tried to do that.
When we was at the motel,
Mm-hmm.
we were having problems. The and James was being hated and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I let him play, doing what kids do.
Right.
And we're at a hotel, you know how kids like roaming in the hallways.
Oh, yeah,
and,
kids love that.
Well, he had told me my daughter wasn't listening. She kept lying.
Mm-hmm. Kids lie.
And
it's a sign of intelligence.
That's what I tried telling him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I said, all kids lie. Name one kid that does not lie.
Right. You're supposed to be proud of them when they tell their first lie. It means they're smart.
So he's like, I'm tired of her lying.
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, all kids lie. Name one kid,
right.
Find one kid, and show me that kid that doesn't lie. Because I knew right then there.
Right. But as we're adults, we stop lying because we realize there's consequences to that. Right. But kids don't.
And eventually, later on down the line, when they get on my age, they'll learn.
All right. Okay.
But anyway, back to the hotel situation.
Right.
Wasn't listening. I just told her to get in the corner to basically let her know, like, hey, you can't be lying.
Right.
Well, that's when he started insisting on getting rid of her.
Oh my gosh.
So I was calling around to find a safe place for her to go.
Mm-hmm.
And she kept, he told me she was being unruly. Not following my rules is being unruly, is what he said.
Mm-hmm.
And I kept trying to ask him, like, how is that unruly? Kids are kids.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I said, I don't know how none of this stuff works. Excuse me. But anyway, he wanted me to get rid of her first because she wasn't listening, the other two was.
How do you want you to get rid of her?
Basically the same thing he told me before. Get rid of them, drop them off somewhere. I don't care what you do with them. Me, thinking as a mother,
right.
was thinking the safest place to take them. And either adopt them out or get myself out of the situation I was in.
Right.
If that's making a lot of sense to you. This makes a lot of sense to me. Because, as I said, I didn't want to harm my children. And as you can tell of me telling you, I was trying to get rid of her the safest way.
Right.
And then once they told me I had to open a case, that just made me tell me, and then listening to what he said, and her saying it wasn't going to help my situation. What I should have done was asked her, what can I do for me and my children that don't feel safe? And she probably would have gave me a list of places I probably could have went.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of shelters, women's shelters for people that are in an abusive relationship. Now, when he tied him up Friday.
You said even for abusive relationships?
In abusive situations.
Like what I've been going through?
Where the kids are being abused.
Yeah, my thing was, if he was abusing the kids, wouldn't I be next eventually?
You'd think an abusive person's an abusive person. But he hadn't gotten around to abusing you yet.
His previous relationship
was
his wife. They had a daughter.
Right.
Well, she had a daughter. He was raising her since she was in diapers. Well, in between all that, he was in jail before that for I don't know what, but he had said he was in jail before that. Well, he had got released when, in 2007. And when all the fighting and all that happened, we were living with him. Me and James's dad.
Right.
Which, I don't know if they told you Louis Hutchison.
I don't think so. If they did, I forgot.
Well, they told me not to tell him. Well, them.
Okay, I do remember. You gave James's dad's information. For some reason, James wanted that to be a secret.
Well, he wanted to be. I was like, why can't I just tell him who his dad is?
So you were living with James's dad for a little bit?
We were back and forth. We were homeless.
Right.
So we were going from family to family, basically jumping around, trying to find the safest spot for us and our children.
Right.
Well, he had real bad seizures. Louis. And he refused for a while not to take his medicine. Well, I had to sit down with him and have a talk, like, If you want to be around for your son's life and the other two that you raised as your own, then don't you think you should take your medicine to be around for them?
Right.
And he was like, yeah, sure, you make sense. And he starts taking it back.
Mm-hmm.
So, because it was not him taking them, his seizures was getting worse and worse and worse. Because they said it was caused from stress and all that.
Right.
But they had gotten in arguments previously before that. Me and
Big
Louis,
James and his dad. Big James and his dad got an argument?
no, still his wife.
Oh, okay.
They had gotten in arguments about the same ordeal that I'm going through right now with me and my children. They were going through the same ordeal with their one children, which is named Sarah. And he was beating the out of the mom.
James' dad?
No. James Hamilton was beating the shit out of his wife.
Oh, okay.
If it's making sense.
All right.
Me and Louis wanted to call the cops. Well, he's a convicted felon. He had guns. And he was going to blow all of us. Exactly what he said. I'm going to blow you all away if you call the cops. Well, we was going to call the cops because we were all stuck in this one room and didn't want to come out because he had his gun flopping around. We didn't know what was going to happen, so we wanted to stay in that room, because they were towards the back of the house. So we wanted to kind of stay away from the situation, not let our kids seeing people doing this with guns and beating crap out of people.
Right.
So we try to stay away from it. Well, we kept getting me and James Hamilton kept getting accused of having sex with each other, which we did not until after they kept saying we did. And we moved out and separated. He separated from his wife and I separated from James's dad that I had been with off and on for my whole life.
Was James's dad your boyfriend?
When I was living with James Hamilton and his wife and his daughter.
Okay.
I know you're probably confused, like you're telling me your whole life story.
Yeah. I have a question about something. I'll think of it again.
But when you have it, just.
Because there's a lot of.
I got that question back.
There's a lot of information you're giving me.
Well, I don't know what his name was. The detective that I.
Detective Hoover?
Yes. He told me any information will help my situation. And tell the truth about the whole situation.
Right.
So, he came in here before you came in here and told me to tell you everything, the whole situation of how it all started, which I left that out. So now I'm telling you the whole entire story.
So,
I know you probably have
Big James is James Hutchinson.
No.
No, James.
Big James is James Hamilton.
Hamilton. James Hamilton's dad is, what's his name?
James Hamilton. You mean my son, James?
No, your boyfriend.
Okay, guys, and I just want to pop in and say James Hamilton is the boyfriend and little James Hutchinson is the little boy, right? The 6-year-old too. So, really, 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 really sad. But again, they're kind of playing semantics now, right? Because instead of her saying, well, which one? She just should have said, no, my boyfriend's name is James and my son's name is James, right? But again, she's kind of pulling them around in circles and has been, for a while.
Excuse me. Okay. I don't know who James Hamilton's dad is. My son James is named, my son's father's name is Louis.
Oh, so we're talking about Louis. So your son's
We were staying
your son's
with-
last name is
Hutchinson.
Hutchinson.
That's probably where you got confused.
Yeah, I think there's too many Jameses. I'm trying to keep track of it. Because James Hutchinson, the 6-year-old, his dad
It's
is
Lewis, Lewis, Hutchinson. And his middle initial is E, if that helps you.
okay. So you were living with
James Hamilton and his wife Priscilla Hamilton.
Priscilla. You were all living together for a period of time?
And plus my 2 other children and her kid.
Her kid. Where was this going on at?
1229 Woodside Boulevard.
1229 Woodside Boulevard. So they have one child, and her name is?
Sarah, Sarah, Woods.
And then you've got 3 kids.
Yes. James, Daphne.
Why are you all living together?
Because we were homeless, basically, going back.
So you and Lewis,
Yes.
you were living with them
Yes.
because you were homeless.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm clear on that. I remember my question was, gagging someone, putting dirty underwear in their mouth and tying it up like that is sort of sexual because some people are into bondage. And it's not like you took a washcloth that's not attached to your genitalia ever and put it in their mouth. If he just wanted them to be quiet, he put like a washcloth, a shirt, a sock.
I went to go get him a washcloth.
But putting dirty underwear in your mouth
He insisted on the
is kind
underwear.
of sexual. Is he sexually abusing these children?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm. But you see my meaning?
Yes.
You see where I'm coming
Yes.
from there? Because he's taking something that's touching their sexual organs and he's putting it in their mouth. So some people would see that as a kind of perverted sexual thing.
Yes. I don't know. I know nothing about it. My children's never mentioned anything about it to me. Maybe he said something to them not to mention it to me. Because as I was saying before, his previous relationship, he was threatening to kill all of us. And before that happened, because we was trying to help Priscilla get out of the situation she was in with him.
But I'm going back to the dirty underwear thing. Because it wasn't even clean underwear. For some reason, it's dirty underwear.
Yes. He made me get him out, the dirty underwear.
See, that's sexual. Do you think he was doing anything sexual to him? Is there any clues that he was?
Any
clues? I mean, did he talk about, I'd like the kids to join us in our sex act?
No.
He wanted them to watch. He wanted to see them naked, anything like that?
Yeah, I was still trying to figure out why he wanted dirty underwear. Why couldn't he just?
Why not clean? Like he wanted you to get it out of the dirty.
Yeah, I was still trying to figure out why dirty underwear too myself. Well, like I said, it'd be a question you asked him, huh?
Yeah. Would be. Yeah, and the kids, that's something to interview the kids about. Is did he ever touch them and stuff like that? Were they sexually abused? That is odd. So he's upset. He's tying these kids up. And does he tie their hands behind their backs?
He ties their hands in their feet, like they're laying on their stomach and they're like this.
So he like hog ties?
Well, like, yeah.
Like their feet are, because.
Well, their hands are like this, and he does the feet, bends the feet back.
Is it like that? Like this is their face, this is their arms? And
Yes, yes. And then the one rope around the mouth.
With dirty underwear?
Yes.
And he made you get the underwear?
Yes.
Did you hold them down while he tied them up?
Nope.
So they're laying in the closet hog tied.
I sat there with smoking a cigarette saying, you don't need to do this.
My goodness. why did you do that?
Because he said they wasn't listening,
They wasn't listening.
and he's fed up with it.
Okay, I'm gonna have to start my list again. So Friday, he's upset, they won't listen, so he hog ties them.
Mm-hmm.
Puts them where?
Upstairs.
He makes you get out dirty underwear.
Yes. Told me to find the most dirtiest underwear ever.
Most
of theirs.
Most dirtiest underwear ever.
Okay, guys, I just want to pop in really quick, and if you have to zoom in, look at her face. I mean, something really wrong, and you know that was indicated too. Yes, guys, after the little girls were hogtied by James, the boyfriend, right? Um, and they endured a lot of abuse, and that was part of the reasoning why she said that they didn't want to bring little James to the hospital or try to get him any kind of medical attention, is because they were afraid that the other children and their bruises would be exposed and seen by others. So terrible what they had to go through, and she just is sitting there just fine with it. She said she was smoking a cigarette while this was all going down. Just completely messed up.
See, now I feel better about telling you guys the whole.
So do you really do that? You go through the laundry and look for dirty underwear?
I just found the closest one.
The closest one. Okay.
I wasn't looking to see if they were dirty. I just grabbed what he said.
Okay.
Told him to get them out the dirty laundry.
Mm-hmm.
Find the dirtiest ones you can find.
And you give him these dirty underwear, and he does what?
Well, after he wraps them up, the hands and the feet,
Mm-hmm.
well, ties them up however he did it.
Mm-hmm.
He puts the underwear in their mouth after he wraps them up.
Okay.
Ties them up however it is.
That's like, if it's, I want to make sure I'm right on this. That I got
Yes.
through this picture.
Yes.
Their arms are back.
Yes.
Their knees are bent.
Yes.
Their arms up, and then their hands and their feet are tied together.
Yes. Yes.
That's hog time. Okay. Then what?
He sticks the underwear in their mouth,
Mm-hmm.
and then ties them out, rope around the mouth to hold the underwear in.
Do you put the underwear in their mouth?
Nope, I did nothing.
Okay. You're sitting there smoking a cigarette, telling him not to do it.
Yes.
Okay.
And I didn't want to put my hands on him for him doing that, because I didn't want to get basically beat
Mm-hmm. Okay.
or shot, because he.
Now, how long, I know little James, he gets the underwear out of his mouth a couple of times, and he's yelling, "Mommy, help me, I gotta use the bathroom.
I went to go upstairs
Mm-hmm.
to untie all of them, not just the one, untie all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And he insisted on, no, leave them be. He jumped ahead of me before I could even get up, because we were sitting on the couch.
Mm-hmm.
I heard James yelling something. I couldn't make it out. But he had said that when he went upstairs, James said that he was yelling for me to let him untie him and let him use the bathroom. And like I told him,
Mm-hmm.
you should have never tied him up anyway.
Right.
And he's like, and then that's when I told you, he told me if I was to go upstairs to untie them, to get, he was either going to get rid of them or I would need to get rid of them.
Okay. So did you go upstairs that time?
Yes, I sure did.
Mm-hmm. How long were they out there tied up like that?
Well, it was long enough to where their hands were purple and numb.
Okay. Purple and numb.
Even, you might be able to see it, my daughter, for instance, and maybe they have the rope prints on her wrist. You do.
Yeah, we'll have to look at that, make sure.
They might even still have it on their legs, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. So you go up there.
And that's probably how they said my daughter looked like she had a black eye.
Mm-hmm.
I really couldn't tell because of lighting.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably why she's got a black eye. It's probably he might have hit her for doing something she wasn't supposed to do because he went upstairs several times because he kept hearing noises.
Right.
I told him to leave them alone. I'm about to go up there and untie them up because they don't deserve this.
No. So you go up there and untie him?
Mm-hmm.
Where's he at when you're untying him?
Sitting downstairs on the couch.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I went to have them come back downstairs this week where I knew where they were. Especially after him tying them up, they would probably be scared shitless of what was going to happen to them next.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted them to go downstairs and sleep in the living room.
Mm-hmm.
He looked at me and says, I don't want to see them kids. I don't want to even look at them kids. Keep them the fuck upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
I said, so they can't even use the bathroom?
Because the bathroom's downstairs?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And they have to go down the stairs through the kitchen to the bathroom. Well, through the kitchen to the laundry room to the bathroom. And he would see them going from the living room's right there at the kitchen. So the couch is on this wall.
Right.
He would see them walking to the bathroom.
Okay. So you untied them. They came downstairs. He said, no, he doesn't even want to see him. Then what happens?
I yelled up there, said, please go to sleep upstairs. I'll be up every so often to check on you guys, make sure you guys are okay.
Right.
And make sure they were sleeping fine, they wasn't having nightmares from what had just previously happened to them.
Mm-hmm.
And make sure they were breathing fine and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And plus they kept saying, Mom, my hands are numb, Mom, my hands are numb.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
He told them just to do this and do this to get the flow back in the.
Blood flow back in?
Yes. Because, like I said, when I got two of them, because I insisted on going upstairs prior to that to untie them, and they looked at him and said, I don't care what you want, I am untying my children.
Right.
And when I went to get them, their hands were purple. And they had socks on and shoes. I couldn't even imagine what their feet looked like. I'm sure their feet probably was the same way.
What were they wearing?
Night clothes.
Night clothes.
Get ready.
They did have clothes on.
Yes, they had night clothes on. I was going to send them to bed because it was around 8 o'clock at night when it happened. When he started to tying up and, well, actually it was around, I'm going to say anywhere from 7 to 8 because it was getting close to bedtime. They go to bed at 9.
Okay. When you untied him, it was about 7 or 8.
No. When he started tying them up.
Oh, okay. When you untied them, about what time was it?
Almost bedtime.
Which is?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. So they laid there for 1 or 2 hours.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you untie them at 9 o'clock, bring them downstairs, tell them to put them back upstairs. They complain their hands are numb. You said squeeze your wrist, move your wrist around, squeeze your hands, stuff like that. Get circulation going again. Then what happens?
I went to go I told him to come back downstairs. Because he made him piss himself too. So I made him change. I knew it was right. Change your clothes so you don't get raw and all that. I made them change their clothes.
Did all 3 of them?
Yes.
Okay.
I made them change their clothes because they had what they had on because we had went somewhere before that to the store or something. And normally I take all 3 of my children with me.
All right.
To go to the grocery store, doctors, whatever, unless they're in school. Because I felt more safe when they were with me than leaving them alone. And especially after me telling you, you see why I'd rather keep them with me.
Right.
And plus with me being raped, so I learned not to leave anybody alone.
Right.
Well, especially a little child alone.
Exactly.
So even when I went to go do laundry, I took them with me.
Okay.
And when he did want me to leave them at the house, I tried to hurry up and get what I had done, needed to get done and get back.
Sometimes he did want you to leave the kids at the house?
He told me they don't deserve to go outside.
And he...
Or they don't deserve to go nowhere.
Okay. So sometimes he would try to get you to keep the kids with him alone.
Mm-hmm.
All right. When you left them alone with him, when you got home,
they were still the same way we're at.
They were still
in the corners.
They'd be in the corners? Would they be wearing the same clothes? Did you notice anything unusual when you got back?
To be honest, I really didn't.
You didn't? Okay.
I didn't even think about it.
All right. Because of the dirty underwear thing.
Yes, I didn't think about it.
Okay. So, they cleaned up, because when you untied them, they pissed themselves, and,
all three of them pissed themselves.
all three of them.
Because like I said before that, James was asking to use the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other two, I guess, since he told him no,
Right.
the other two didn't even bother.
Right, because why? Because James didn't get to. So why would they get to? All right, so, the other time they came downstairs, he said, no, you don't even want to see them. They go back upstairs.
They didn't even get the chance to come downstairs.
Oh, they didn't even make it downstairs.
They were still changing their clothes.
Okay. So they didn't get washed off even, because you don't have any water upstairs.
No.
So they
I wanted them to get the clothes and at least get a rag, something, let me wipe them off.
All right.
Until the next morning to get a bath. And he wouldn't even let me let them downstairs, even this.
You must let them downstairs. So you cleaned them up the best you could upstairs.
Yes.
Okay. So they get cleaned up as best they can without soap and water, and you leave them upstairs to go to sleep around.
No, I let them upstairs to get dressed in their own rooms.
In their own rooms. Okay.
So they left the clothing upstairs, and they were still upstairs. So I went downstairs and got some water on a rag, and started trying to wipe them off to get the urine off of them. Because I know personally, I'm a female, I don't like to be wet. I don't.
Right. Nobody does.
And I damn sure don't like to smell like it.
Okay, so they clean up in their own rooms, they change clothes. You come back downstairs.
And sat on the couch.
Sat on the couch.
So I lit the cigarette, started smoking a cigarette, was watching TV, trying to drown him out, trying to block him out.
You're saying brick wall, because you're a brick wall. You're just not responding. Okay. And then what happened?
That's when he said, I don't want to fucking see them. I don't even want to fucking look at them. So I said, so you want him just to stay upstairs, not even come downstairs? So I was hoping, for the kids' sake and my sake, that he was going to work, because sometimes he works Monday through Sunday. I was hoping for our sake that he was going to go to work that next morning.
Right.
Because I was not going to leave him upstairs.
So you were hoping Saturday morning he'd go to work?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what I'm like, and I like that. You were hoping that, because I'm trying to figure out what's going on in your mind, and it helps when you share stuff like that. So you were hoping he'd go to work Saturday morning.
Because he had said prior to that he was going to go to work, he couldn't stand being here, he hated every last one of us.
Okay, then what happened?
And he said that he didn't feel wanted, he don't feel loved. Just started going on rambling a bunch of crap. Like I said, I was trying to block him out, trying not to listen to it.
He just hog-tied 3 kids in that upstairs. Why would he feel wanted and loved? Isn't that weird?
Anyways, Where was we at?
You were downstairs smoking a cigarette, trying to block him out. He said he broke wall. He says he doesn't feel wanted or loved.
By none of us.
By none of you. Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing because he started feeling like the love was fading.
Right.
Cause, yeah, I just started changing myself, like distancing and all.
Mm-hmm.
And we literally went like 2 weeks, no sex.
Mm-hmm.
So, what does that tell you?
Right, it does sound so.
I was trying to distance myself from him.
Right.
And he kept saying that he was distancing himself from him.
Who
from me, but
who would normally initiate sex?
Who would normally
Initiate sex.
Well, I would only do it when I wanted it.
Mm-hmm.
When he wanted it, I didn't say no, nothing.
Had he tried in those 2 weeks?
No.
Mm-hmm. He hadn't tried?
No, because he was sick. I wasn't.
Oh, he was sick.
Yeah, because I wasn't trying to bother him. I mean, you're sick. I'm sick.
Mm-hmm.
When I was sick, I didn't want to be bothered. I didn't want to be fucked with. I didn't want nothing. I just wanted to be left alone, peace, quiet, loving on my children, and at that. What mom does.
All right. So, anyway, at this point, he's feeling sorry for himself. You're not really feeling as romantic as you used to. And is that at the point when he says, if you don't get rid of kids out?
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's when we started to kept arguing about the kids not listening and me not disciplining them. And me just making them stand in the corner and not beating their asses exactly.
Right.
And as you can tell, he was beating their asses.
Right. He was hog tying them.
When he was beating James, I swear to you, when that boy died, from his face down was bruised.
So you hit him in the body?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He had bruises all over him. I felt so bad for that little boy.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to pop in really quick. I think Little Red asked in the chat if CPS was involved. I can't find any evidence that CPS was involved at all in this case. I know she bounced around a lot too, and I wonder, if has anything to do with it. Yeah, she's laughing at times. Yeah, Faye, and it's terrible, Oh, wait until you see him. He's a real looker. Little Red. Oh man, I mean, like, he is a total greaseball, guys. I'm really tempted to show you, but let me just get through this last little bit here. Let's listen to her lie some more. I don't know. It's hard to believe she's given so many different stories.
Gosh. So, you decide it's best for you to get rid of.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I wouldn't have to keep listening to it. Or
did you guys talk about how you were going to get rid of him?
He had talked about getting rid of him prior to that.
And if he got rid of him, how was he going to do it?
He was talking about rush run.
He was talking about rush run?
Yes, he wouldn't tell me no details, nothing.
But he had been telling you he was going to take him to rush run?
Yes. Didn't tell me how, what, nothing.
Have you ever been to Rush Run before?
Once. And that was only because he has a friend named Dean and Ashley that lives out there, and that was the closest bathroom. For the kids.
So you just went there to use the bathroom?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
It's been a while. That's why I said I didn't know I was lost. Remember?
So when you were lost out there, you were in the wrong place.
I typed in my GPS, Rush Run Park.
Was there, the place that you ended up, was there a porta potty there?
No.
So it was, the reason you wanted to be at the right place was about the porta potty?
The kids had to use the bathroom.
Okay. While you were out there rush run?
Yes,
Okay. Which kids had to use their bathroom?
all of them.
But then James wouldn't get out of the car.
He was scared, so eventually he was just probably going to pee himself.
Okay. But he had to use the bathroom, he just wouldn't get out of the car because he was scared. Why was he scared?
I was going to leave him.
He was right. Did you tell him you were going to leave him?
I told him I had no choice but to leave him.
What did you say to them?
I'm sorry, but I have no choice but to leave you guys.
What did they say?
Well, as I said, James said he didn't want to be there. The other two really didn't say anything. They asked where was the safest spot for them to go. Because James Hamilton told them they would get eaten by a animal. I don't remember what animal it was.
When did he tell them they would be eaten by an animal?
He told them that when he started saying he was going to get rid of them and take them to rush run. Because he said he said all he can do is just leave them there or tie them up to something and leave them there and let the coyotes eat them. And as I was saying, I didn't want nothing to harm them, hurt them, nothing.
So James Hamilton was telling them that he was going to take them to rush run, tie them up, and let the coyotes eat them.
Yes.
Okay. So you took them to rush run instead.
Yes.
And why not just let him do it? Be the bad guy. Why did you do it?
Honestly, I wasn't even thinking right nothing.
Did you think coyotes would eat them?
I was hoping they wouldn't. I don't know nothing about coyotes either, so.
But you knew it was a possibility of coyotes.
He even told everybody the coyotes are going to eat me too.
Would eat you too?
Yeah.
Why would they eat you?
I don't know. So he told me they'll either eat me. I don't know if you want me dead too or what.
So that we've already been over the story when you dropped him off. Little James holding on to the car, you driving, he fell, hit his head.
And that was what happened before that incident.
All right. So really, the big question is, what led up to this? That's what we really want to clarify. So, now, when James told you in the wrong place, it was because you were looking for the porta potty.
Yes.
All right, that makes sense now. Because in my mind, you were looking for the right place because that's where the boat ramp was and that's where you were going to drown them.
Huh?
Well, that's what I'm thinking in my head. Because is the boat ramp there where you ended up at the porta potty?
Yes, but I wasn't.
But you were never going to do that.
No.
Because in my mind, it's like, why go there? Why go there? Why go there? And
that's where I had remembered where the bathroom was at.
But it was all about the bathroom. James's plan was to tie him up and let the coyotes eat him. Your plan was to drop him off and hope that the coyotes didn't eat him.
Yes, I told them to go in the bathroom and lock ourselves in there.
You told them to lock yourself in the bathroom? All three of them was?
Yes, I told all three of them to go in there.
Okay.
I even told him to take James with him, so I knew he was fine.
I wonder why they didn't stay in the bathroom. They walked. They were walked a quarter mile and we turned around and went back.
Because they knew I was going to come back.
How did they know?
Because I would never take him there, and he had still been there once before without me.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What's that about?
Them not listening, and me letting them, he said, me letting them do whatever they want to do, because as I was saying, I don't like to hit them. I don't like leaving marks. I'd rather just make them stand in the corner to make them know that they can't do that.
So James had taken them to restaurant before without you.
Yes.
What did he do when he took them there? How long ago was that?
He's done. Actually, it started when we was at the hotel.
At the hotel.
And he would do it late at night when nobody was, well, when he thought nobody was up.
Late at night, he took
all three. He's taken all three of them before.
Would they take them separately or
Yes,
together?
separately.
So one by one, he has taken them all to Rush Run at some point.
And had brought them back.
What would he do to them once he was at Rush Run?
I don't know.
See, that makes me go back to the dirty underwear in the mouth thing. Is he doing sexual things to him at Rush Run?
I don't know. I really don't know.
That he would take all of your children.
I tried asking him, why did you take them there? And I was planning on to get rid of them. Exactly all he said.
Today the kid.
And he would call me, and I'd tell him to bring them back home.
Right. How long would he be gone with them at a time?
Well, at that time we were staying in Dayton, so however long time it took them, it took several hours, I know that, from Dayton to all the way to that same area. And that's the same area he would take them to any other time. Well, that was the same area we had stopped all together to use that bathroom.
Was there ever an issue where the kids came back and later they got a urinary tract infection or?
My daughter has a lot.
She gets a lot of urinary tract infections. Does she get blood in her underwear?
I haven't seen no blood.
How about the boys? Would they ever complain about being injured or their bottom hurting?
No, just James, he has stomach issues. He is constantly, like if he drank too much juice, like the sugar was bothering his stomach really, really bad. And I had took him to the doctors and they said it runs in the blood of the family because James's dad, Lewis, has the same issue, and Lewis's dad has the same issue. Like it runs, get what I'm saying? It runs down the whole time, fairly.
How often would you take the kids away for hours at a time and go to Rush Run?
I'm going to say several times.
Several times each?
Yes. I know for a fact he's taken 2 times.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he took actually all 3 of them 2 times.
2 times each? And he'd be gone
2 different times, yes.
And it'd just be them?
Yes.
Them alone?
Yes.
All right. Would you take any of them to the, like you said, the little girls get urinary tract infection? Did you take them to the hospital? Or
when I did, when she kept saying it hurts down there.
Mm-hmm.
I did take her to the hospital. They told me she had yeast infection. Mm-hmm. At that time, like I said, I didn't think any of rape and none of that. They said she had yeast infection, something else. But recently she just started that back. Mm-hmm. She started that when I was with Lewis. But that was because she wasn't wiping, and that's exactly what they told me. She wasn't wiping herself. Mm-hmm. So that, because I thought, like, I asked them literally, how do you get yeast infection? Because I never had it.
Right.
And they was like, not properly washing your body, not properly wiping yourself. So then I was like, well, I showed her how to get a bath,
right,
like if she needs it, because she's got that age where she's got to learn somehow, right, to do it on her own. Mm-hmm. And
how old is she?
Going on 10.
Right.
Because I mean, she knows how to fold laundry,
mm-hmm,
fold her blankets.
Oh yeah.
So I figured she's gonna have to learn how to do that one time, and sooner or later.
When was the last time she had an issue?
Just recently.
How recent?
You can ask them now. She'll probably tell you it's just
Just now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I honestly, I ain't putting up money about it. And I told him I was going to take him to the hospital. He said no.
Oh, yeah, why don't you take him to the hospital?
Now that makes sense, huh?
Yep. Okay. So you had.
And I hate for my little girl to go to the hospital and go through all that testing ordeal. Because she's never, ever been through that ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that can be an experience. Hopefully she hasn't gone through a worse experience with Big James. So he says, you get rid of them or I will, you take them out there. And once again, you were hoping the coyote wouldn't get them. Now, did you and James, he knew where you were taking them. So there was going to be a bathroom there. Now, when you were leaving and he told you to go back and get them, why did he tell you to go back and get them?
Because, like I told you, I wasn't doing nothing right.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, because I wasn't going to do whatever he had planned for them. I don't know what he had planned for them, but my intention was not to harm them in any way.
Mm-hmm.
My intention was to make sure they were in that bathroom, and when I left there, I knew they were in that bathroom.
Right. But little James wasn't.
Yes.
He was on the asphalt.
And the other two was trying their best
Mm-hmm.
to get James in the bathroom with them.
How do you know they were trying their best to get him?
Because they kept saying, doing this, saying, Bubby, come on.
You saw him doing that?
Yes.
So you saw him laying on the ground when you left?
No, I set him on the ground.
Right.
He stood up trying to get back in the van.
Right.
And before I got back in the van, I told them to get your brother and get him in the bathroom with you guys.
Okay.
Is it making sense now?
And then they were saying, come on, Bubba, come
yes,
on.
I see him going out grabbing his arm, trying to get him in the bathroom.
But my big question is going to be, everything you've told me today, have you intentionally left anything out?
Nope.
This was the second part of the interrogation of Brittany Gosney. The other parts will all be uploaded next, as well as the interview with James Hamilton.
All right.
Okay, guys. Excuse me, and we're going to watch that as well. This came from True Crime Cases, right? And I will share the link below in case you want to go over and watch the entire video. Shout out to this channel for being so thorough with all of the interrogation videos. It's so awful, Holly S. It's so awful. 9 and 7. So in the beginning of the interrogation, I thought she was saying that there were 3 little girls there. But then after we were going on and on, I think it could be that she did have another child at some point that wasn't involved in this abuse, and this horrific manner that these children what they had to go through was awful. And she doesn't shed a tear, guys. So now I want to show you something from her court date. So just bear with me here while I pull it up. Brittany Gosney, here we go. And we're going to continue on with these interrogations. I don't think Katie Proudfoot was properly interrogated. I do not. Not at all. Not at all. And if she was, then we'll go over that, and you can prove me wrong. But if there's any evidence out there that she's ever been taken down to the station, separated from Chris, and questioned out of the comfort of her own home, show me. Right? Because it never happened. You can't show me because it never happened. And Marlena, don't you come in here yelling in my chat, otherwise I'm just going to kick you out. All right. Let me go ahead and just get Marlena out of here. Bye, Marlena. Have a good night. Go find another chat to troll. All right. So, moving right along.
Unspeakable story of a middle.
And you know what really pisses me off about a troll is that this is not about you. This is about a little boy and his sisters who are 7 and 9 years old and the horrific abuse that they endured. So get out of here. Seriously, it's not about you. Go make it about you somewhere else where there's no victims.
Town mother killing her 6-year-old son ends today in a guilty plea.
We brought you the story in February of little James Hutchison, whose mother first reported him missing, then was arrested for his murder. David Winter joins us now from where Brittany Gosney lived with three of her children, including 6-year-old James.
For James.
Paula, Kyle, we've learned today that these children were enduring unthinkable abuse inside this home. While today, Brittany Gosney pleaded guilty to murdering little James, we've learned that the days leading up to that horrific act were indescribable.
Tying her hands and feet behind her back and placing a cloth material in her mouth, purportedly leaving the child in that position for hours.
At a hearing this morning in the Butler County Courthouse, the assistant prosecutor described how Brittany Gosney hogtied her 2 second-grade children. This just days before driving them with their 6-year-old brother James to Rush Run Park in Preble County and attempted to abandon them. As James desperately tried to climb back into the car, she ran over and killed him.
What is her plea?
Guilty.
A guilty plea eliminates all doubts of accident or any other defense that might be available.
Prosecutor Mike Mosier explained after the hearing that Gosney's plea of guilty to murder and child endangering ensured a mandatory minimum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole for 21 years. He also says she gave up the right to call herself mother.
She gave up that right, in this prosecutor's opinion.
Well, look at there. We see tears all of a sudden from the monster. She was okay to talk about how she was stuffing dirty underpants in people's mouths and the children being hogtied and all of this nasty stuff that she was going over. Her little daughter's having, issues because of most likely because of SA. Let's be honest here. And she's about to get 21 years and she's crying. Of course, she's crying for herself. It's about her, exactly, KJ Mack, her own fate. She's not making it, she's not crying for those kids. She never did cry for them. We watched hours and hours now of this woman being interrogated and she barely shed a tear. The only time she shed a tear was when her butt was on the, hot seat. I know, Deborah, it's terrible. And, this person has been convicted, right? This person has been convicted because of some great police work. I've read articles where the police officers say, we were just doing our job, and they were just doing their job, but they did a great job at what they were doing and they got the conviction. At the end of the day, Brittany Gosney didn't get to go on all these different shows and show herself off and skate the law. No, her and her nasty little greasy man, and he's coming up, Little Red, are right where they belong.
To be called anything other than the defendant facing a life sentence for the murder she was charged with, not referred to as the parent or mother or mom.
Living right next door, I'm reminded every day. So that doesn't ever go away. That'll never go away. As a mother, that will never, ever, ever leave my mind. Ever.
Lindsay Piper says her daughter played with James the day before he was killed. She says she had a bad feeling about Gosney's boyfriend, James Hamilton, who is also accused in this case of helping Gosney throw little James' lifeless body into the Ohio River near Lawrenceburg.
Little James, look at little James, guys. Look at the Ohio River. That is the Ohio River right there, guys. I mean, just I mean, like you couldn't even probably swim across it if you wanted to, and they threw him from a bridge into the water. I mean, that's so sad, right? It's a polluted river, you know? Um, horrible, horrible. Only 21 years. He got 19. He got 19 years, and God only knows what he actually did to those babies. You know, what the things that we didn't hear about, the things we heard about was bad enough. You know, just so cute, right? Just a cute little guy. He didn't want to get out of the car, guys. He did not want to get out of the van. His mom made him get out, you know, because her boyfriend didn't want him around.
Ohio River near Lawrenceburg, a body that has never been found.
Everything that she's going to get, she deserves everything that she's going to get. That poor baby will probably never be put to rest.
And that video that you just saw was of a makeshift memorial at Gosney's home here in Middletown. Now, all that's left is some ribbon that held balloons. Again, James' body was never found in the river. Mosier says that he believes it is there. His brother and sister, we're told, have been in foster care, hopefully with waning memories of what happened to their brother, that they saw happen to their brother, and of waning memories of what happened to them inside this home. Reporting live from Middletown, David Winter, back to you.
Story, I think, David, none of us will ever understand. Right. Well, Gosney's sentencing.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Next month, her boyfriend, James Hamilton, who police say pressured Gosney to abandon her children and eventually helped her dump little James' body, he will be in court next week.
Unspeakable story of a Middletown.
In Detroit, I said exactly that. The audacity he has to wear that rosary is so sick, right? He's doing it right in front of the judge. Just so, it's despicable. It really is despicable. And then here's the greaseballs when they are arraigned.
Investigation into the death of a 6-year-old.
James Hutchinson's mother is charged with killing him. Locked up tonight. Local 12's David Winter has been digging into the case and has new information about the boy's tragic end. He is live in Middletown, where really a grieving community looking for some healing tonight, David.
Yeah, they sure are, Paula. You can see that people are still here right now. They're coming by every few minutes and dropping by more at this memorial outside of little James Hutchinson's home. This community really hurting. This has grown immensely just in 24 hours. People trying to show their support and also showing their anger.
Perhaps it's his sweet smile or the horrible allegation that James Hutchinson's mother was trying to abandon him before killing him. Either way, this case has struck a chord. Many of the comments on social media like this one, so many people would have given him a good, loving home. Unfortunately, that's not necessarily the case. In January, there were 162 foster families in Butler County. That same month, there were 359 children needing a home.
That number doesn't add up. It just doesn't.
Maddie Wentling works at Hope's Closet, a place where foster families are given clothes and toys. Maddie, a foster mom herself, says it's a gift to foster, but admits it's difficult to give back a child to a troubled home.
In those situations where you just know that this isn't the best, it's still very heartbreaking. And there's nothing that we can do about it except accept it, really.
Police say Butler County Child Services was involved with James' family. Brittany Gosney, the mother who is accused of killing little James, had 4 children. One was in foster care. Now 2 others are in custody of Child Services, and James is presumed dead.
Okay, guys, so there's our evidence. I was like, I haven't found any evidence that CPS was involved, but it just says there that there was CPS involvement, and I guess that there was a point where she had mentioned 4 children, right? Her having 4 children. One was in the care, I suppose, already of the state, and then the other 2 fell through the cracks along with little James. Epic fail on CPS. You know, oh my gosh, just when you think you found one case that didn't have a CPS involvement, well, here we are, folks. Definite CPS involvement. That is so sad.
New information today from the Preble County Sheriff's Incident Report states that the mother's boyfriend, James Hamilton, had been pressuring her to get rid of the kids, so she loaded all three into a 2005 Dodge Caravan and took them to Rush Run Park with the intention of getting the kids out of the vehicle and leaving them behind. Once she did, she slammed on the gas. James tried to get back in, was dragged and killed. James' father told us there did not need to be a foster family for James.
All she had to do is give him to me. She could have dropped him off at my sister's house. Like, that's all. I don't understand how what would drive somebody to be a monster like that.
Well, search and recovery teams are waiting until the Ohio River goes down before they resume the search, where the mother and boyfriend told police that they threw little James' body. There is a remembrance tonight for James right outside of Rosa Parks Elementary School, across the street at the stadium, so this community can continue grieving.
All right. And so I think I must have missed that earlier when I played it, because I think I did play the same clip earlier. But yeah, definite CPS involvement. Deborah says we all know how much CPS is so stretched and they have too many cases, but also are very negligent in many cases, in my opinion. I know. And that's the double-edged sword, Brenda, or excuse me, Deborah. I saw Brenda's comment above yours. It is. It's like, that's why I hate to say, oh, look at CPS, but then again, it's like we do need some oversight. We need a lot of help in that department. I mean, here's Ohio, right? I mean, if I had a map, I could probably, put a pin drop on every single state, hopefully not every town, but where we've seen CPS involvement, a missing child, and then all of a sudden, it's the parents who were responsible. Faces, in my opinion, there's a war between light and darkness that is escalating, and all the light workers must get united. I agree with that, Faye. I mean, we've definitely seen it lately. I know what you're saying. I do. I agree. Good night, Kiki. Thanks for being here. Deborah says his sister, what's wrong with you taking responsibility? I know, Brenda, exactly. I mean, I did a little bit of background on Lewis. That was Lewis Hutchinson, and that's little James's dad. And he said, I would have been there. She could have dropped him off with my sister at my sister's. And I don't know if he lived with the sister or not. I just don't think that he had very much involvement with James. I don't know if Brittany was keeping the kids away from him or not. I haven't done a big deep dive into the bio dad. So yeah, and she probably was collecting money. Detroit, that's true. So she was collecting money from the kids instead of giving them to the bio dad. Right. Right. And that's a big part of it is money. Money, 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 right? It really is. Thanks, Deborah. Yeah. Lori, that's nice of you. Sweet dreams, Kiki. Yeah, so it's just so sad. So sad.
Reporting live from Middletown, David Winter, back to you.
The community and beyond, the whole world has been hearing about this story. It's so unbelievable. Thank you, David. This was a day of mourning for students, teachers, and staff at Rosa Parks Elementary. Middletown Police Officer Connor Kirby is the school resource officer where James went to school. He spoke exclusively with our sister station in Dayton. Kirby says that the staff will help students remember the good times with James, but the adults are dealing with the trauma of this tragedy as well.
They're taking it tough, and I feel for them. My thoughts and prayers are with them. With educators, they see these kids every single day. Sometimes they see them more than other family members see them. So it's really challenging for them at this time.
Yeah, so just so sad all around, guys. Oh, and here's the greaser too. This is where they were brought in. Just really gross. Really, really gross. But yeah, that's the guy that she left her kids for. Unbelievable. It is so sad. I mean, I wish there were better resources involved, but you also have to have the parents that are willing to do the work too. That's what's so hard about it because, like, even when we look at, you know, the two nasty parents of little Emmanuel Haro, um, you know, that guy got a lot of help, right? And he got a second chance. And what did he do with it? He went out and he murdered his son, his little baby son. Allegedly, he hasn't been, whatever, convicted as of right now. I heard there's maybe a plea deal in the works. I was kind of, listening around. I don't know for sure. I think it was on TikTok or something, which I rarely watch, but somebody had sent it over to me. Um, you know, I know. Well, they do. Kids need to know that they have a support system. I mean, poor little James, he was so scared, and even in his picture, I don't see a lot of pictures of James except for that picture, and I wonder if that was like his school picture. Um, but he still doesn't look happy in that picture, in my opinion. He looks sad. His little eyes look sad. I never understood it either. Lori says, I never understood child abuse. Never. No. And it's like, especially because they're so little. Like, what could they have possibly done that was so bad? You know? He probably enjoys prison, KJ Mac. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. They are struggling, Faye. Yeah, all we see with all of these cases, the children are struggling in our society. They are, and even the neighbors are, like they can't believe it, right? Even that mom, she's like, I'm a mom, and I just will never ever, understand this. I'll never forget this. It's got to be really unnerving, especially knowing that they played together. Like her little kids were playing with James, and the girls, and you just never know. But she said she had a weird feeling about about James Hamilton, the boyfriend. They weren't married, right? KJ, no kids in jail, right? I agree with that. Hey, butterflies are free to fly. Good to see you. Wow, I can't believe he's got 19 years. Our system has horribly failed these poor babies. I agree, Detroit. I agree. Yeah, yeah, it's terrible. And I looked up an article. Um, let's see. I just wanted this. Yeah, so Hamilton was 43 at the time. Brittany Gosney was 29, right? And the children, James was 6 and his siblings were 9 and 7. So, I mean, just to kind of put it into perspective, they were all little kids living in this house and enduring this abuse, and she's just having a cigarette, um, like it's nothing, you know? Me too, butterflies are free to fly. Prisons nationwide are putting nurseries in women's state prisons. Missouri did that last year. Yeah, I've actually watched a show um, where there were it was called like Babies Behind Bars or something, Brenda, and it was really interesting because the one girl that started the program, she ended up right back in for math, not arithmetic, math, the other type of math. Um, really sad because she was doing really well, right? They do. They do isolate their victims, Faye. You're right. And he might have told her that she was welcome to stay with the kids, and then the kids were there, and then all of a sudden, because I think that's a big similarity that we see in this case, in Sebastian Rogers' case, that there was this ultimatum, you know, you have to get rid of your kids, and, you know, and maybe a panic, or she didn't want to lose this guy, which, you know, he's not a looker, not a nice guy at all. But, and it sounds like there was horrific abuse happening in the home. But she allowed for it. You know what I mean? She allowed for it, in my opinion. Um, well, guys, I'm going to hop off of here, but we're going to kind of go through and listen to the rest of the interrogation and kind of see how things would have played out. I think if we would have seen more of this taking action in Sebastian's case. We are doing a case comparison also because little James Hutchinson has still not been found, guys. He's still out there somewhere. And I'm not saying that, you know, his parents or the people that were acting as his parents, because, you know, they weren't parents, in my opinion, they're monsters. But his mother and his mom's boyfriend said that they did throw him over into that vast river. And we were talking about how it empties out, you know, into the Mississippi. And so I guess that's probably where little James did end up. And that's what the authorities think too. But it still is something to bring awareness to his case, you know, and it is so sick, Lori. It's sad, you know. It's just very, very sad. But I think it speaks a lot to the fine police work that was done in this case. I think that, you know, if I'm going to get up here and complain about some of the officers' bad work, that I think I need to commend some of the officers for their good work, because I'm not against the police. Quite to the contrary, I think that we need to we need more trust. We need more public friendship between the police, right? We need to feel a lot more safe with the police and trust them. We really don't have a choice, but it's hard when we have some of these officers not acting, in my opinion, as they should. Some of them act like they're above the law. When they don't want to talk to the public, it's a problem, in my opinion. Absolutely, Lori, we got to back the blue. And look, these guys did a great job here. And it wasn't just one. I want to also say this too. And you reminded me, so thank you so much, Lori, is that it wasn't just one officer, right? You know, if you guys didn't get a chance to watch the first two parts, please do. You know, because it starts out with one detective, right? And then the next detective comes in, and then there's a female officer who assists. And then we see this other guy that's going to get her ready for this polygraph. And then we're going to see the other officers. Guys, this is a joint effort of this fine police department here that we're witnessing. And we get to see it unfold because they did their job, right? And the only part that is bittersweet is that we haven't found James, right? Because if we had found James, this would be just like the perfect success story. But I don't want to take that away from the officers, because look, they did exactly what they were supposed to do here. These two idiots come down to the police station, right? And they've tried to pass on a fairy story. And the police are like, whoa, 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 no. And the first detective was, you know, arguably the one that got the confession, you know, but he also had help from others in doing so. But he said, I don't believe you, right? I do not believe you. And here's why: because I've been doing it for too long, because your story's not adding up, right? So we're going to keep on getting into this, and I know that people aren't going to like it, and that's okay. They don't have to watch it. You know, if they have a good argument, they can bring it to me, email it to me, and everything. KJ Maxx says officers as real estate moguls isn't going to build trust. Public service must be impeccable with no conflicts of interest. I agree with that, because nobody wants to deal with that themselves, right? And nobody would want their child missing, or anyone in their neighborhood to be missing, you know, their niece, their nephew, anybody, you know, it's devastating. But here I think it would have been very quick and easy had they done their job and followed proper procedures and protocols. Oh, hey, Rhonda DeWinter. She says, hi, look at Dakota Collins in Dayton. It was horrific. CPS failed. Thank you, Rhonda. I will look into that case. Let me write it down. I think I've heard of Dakota before because that is like Dakota, but Dakota Collins. I that sounds so familiar to me. But I will. Thank you for the recommendation, Rhonda. I appreciate it. Yeah, and if you guys have any other interrogations that you want me to compare and show excellent police work, please send it to me because I would like to go over some of those cases and talk about how they did a really great job, see how they cracked the subject, right? The suspect, the person of interest, whatever you want to call them, see how they started out as an interview and then gradually read them their Miranda rights, or were they already under arrest? These are things that are very interesting to talk about, especially because I don't think that Sebastian Rogers' case was handled properly from jump. And I want to show you guys why I think that. I don't want to just come up here and say, well, I don't think it was handled properly. No, that's not what I'm doing. I've done a 3-part series already, and we're going to keep going. Brenda says, good night, all. Thanks for sharing this sweet boy's story. You're welcome, Brenda. Thank you for being here. Trump is sending troops into Memphis, Tennessee. Hopefully they will help the state turn up something in Sebastian's case. I sure hope so, Brenda. I sure hope so. And, and I'm still writing that letter, guys. I just kind of got behind because I was behind already, but I'm still working on it. I agree. Detroit Rock City says CPS needs to be better trained in these cases. They should have to go through boot camp like Ellie in military. Yeah, I agree with that. And I think the training courses should really kind of be up to date with a lot of things like technology, like maybe more understanding of psychological issues, mental health, things like that. They are. I understand that too, Faye. You're right. We must understand that they are all underpaid. We should be the one demanding clarity at everything, in my opinion. I agree with that too. Yeah, definitely. And it is upsetting that they don't get paid more, in my opinion. Yeah, Lori says Brenda Trump's team arrived in Tennessee this afternoon, I believe. That's fantastic. I did see that on the news too. Yeah. Oh, Detroit says, yes, I do remember that. Oh. Rhonda says, Rhonda DeWinter says, you're welcome. The cops nailed the dad. Okay, awesome. Great. I need to look into that. I really will. Because I think they do nail it a lot of the times, Rhonda. And um, we don't hear about all the good cases, right? We're always examining the bad cases where something was missed, where they didn't do the best job. And so that's where they fall in our lap here. And I agree, Faith, transparency is everything. And I think we get better outcomes with that. Now there's some things they got to keep close to the vest. I understand that. Oh, good. Okay, wonderful, Lori. And I did share the link. I went in the lollies for a little bit, and I did share the link on my page for the petition for anti-bullying. If you guys want to go over and check it out, I'm glad you said that, Lori, because I completely forgot about it until just now. Um, Let me go here to my page. And read the petition, guys. I think it's a good petition. There were a lot of people on there that were absolutely um, wanting the petition to go through because of anti-bullying, right? Um, Here we are. And I signed it. You don't have to sign it just because I did. Go over there and read it. I think it's very important. I think it has to deal with all of us. And I just would really hold on, sorry. Let me go to this. I just appreciate your guys' consideration on it. Because it is so important. This petition. Oh, great, Rhonda. Wonderful. Yeah, and sorry guys if it's the long view of that. I don't know why it does that to me all the time, but anyway, it's at change.org, or you can just go to the short version on my page. But I did post it up, and I just think it's a good cause. Look, the reason that really compelled me is that we were in here just sitting here talking the other night, you know, about Sebastian Rogers. We were not talking about other creators, but all of a sudden somebody came in and asked me about Brittany J. And I'm like, why would you, what? I don't even watch Brittany J. Right. But they're like bullying her from here. And it's like, would you leave her alone already? We don't do that here, guys. I mean, really, I really try hard not to review people I don't like. If, Chris Proudfoot goes on Cluminati, I'm probably going to play it. It doesn't, bring me the joy that, other things do, but oh, one thing I wanted to share with you guys too before you leave. This is so funny. Hold on. This I hope this makes us laugh in a horrible situation that we've had to listen to with this nasty momster. All right, let's go here.
What happened? Tell me everything. I'll show you on Monday.com. So I started the biggest initiative.
Premium.
Well, when you're on lunch break at work, it makes sense that you might get distracted, get called away, but then you come back and find that someone has stolen your meal.
Wouldn't be a good feeling. Reporter Faraz Javed tells us a little more about how one Michigan police officer's sandwich disappeared and who the culprit was.
Nearly 40 officers serve the Wyandotte Police Department, upholding the law to the T.
But now one of their very own is being accused of a deplorable act.
It's usually not something another officer would do.
Officer Kate Barwig has been on the force for 5 years. The 28-year-old tells me that the incident happened in this break room during lunchtime.
Get out my lunchbox, get my sandwich out. I take 1 or 2 bites of it.
Officer Barwig immediately gets called to assist with an unruly prisoner. Upon his return, Officer Barwig was shocked to see his salami Munster sandwich gone.
Then I realized Ice was up here. Officer Ice. I knew that was kind of his track record.
Officer Ice has been on the K-9 unit for 11 years. The German Shepherd is a decorated cop who has assisted several federal agencies. Detective Sergeant Ken Grote says Ice also has hundreds of drug busts under his belt.
He found over 1 kilo of heroin in a wall in a house in Detroit.
The Wyandotte Police Department posted the incident on social media, noting that Officer Ice has pleaded the fifth and asked for public opinion. The post since has gone viral, with thousands of likes and over 8,000 shares. Lieutenant Neil Hunter tells me folks believe Officer Ice is being framed.
Everybody says the face says it all. He's innocent. He's got a handsome face, and he just couldn't do something this heinous.
Now, pretty much every day, Officer Ice receives treats and toys not only from Michigan, but from around the world. He also received his own sandwich.
Where are we now with this investigation? The public spoke. His attorneys have spoken, several of them, more attorneys than I've ever seen a defendant have. And he's been cleared of all charges, and he's back to work.
However, for Officer Barwig, justice may never be served.
It's different being the victim and just knowing you might not ever get that piece of item back or even food back.
Will you ever get over this and forgive Ice?
Yeah, I forgive him. He's done a lot of good for the city, and maybe he deserves a sandwich. Maybe not my sandwich, but maybe a sandwich.
Well, when you're on lunch.
Oh my gosh. All right, guys. I had to show you guys that. It was so funny. He earned it. He worked hard. I agree, Rhonda. Isn't that so funny, though? Oh my gosh. And his face. He's so cute. Detroit, I knew you would like that one. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I didn't see this. He needs to bring home an extra sandwich every day. It's so funny. Isn't that great? Oh my goodness. And he's so cute. And he also pled the fifth. Oh my gosh, I was just dying. And of course, I had to send this over to Jules. She's been working hard. I hope she got it. I hope it makes her laugh. Hopefully, she can show it to her dogs to Gator and Ara. Oh my goodness. And then that little one that's always getting in trouble. Um, sweet dreams, you guys. Thank you all so much for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day.